A very exciting day today. It is going to be filled with insightful discussions and inspiring moments. So it's time for us to get, I think many of you already got the opportunity to be meeting each other and greeting each other. It's as per schedule, we are supposed to be starting, and I request the mentor and entrepreneur sharing to be started. We have Mr. Bimal Gandhi from Pune, a very senior mentor from BYST Pune. May I call upon Mr. Gandhi, please? Give him a please give. And whenever you get an opportunity, please keep giving a big round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a very nice breakfast and had a great start of the day. Are you all excited for today's session? Okay. All right. I'm really happy to be standing in front of you all and begin this session, which is called as Mentor and Entrepreneur Experience Sharing. I'm Bimal Gandhi, as ma'am has just introduced me. I am associated with BYST's Pune cluster for about 6 years now. I'm currently a chapter chair there, and earlier also I have handled certain responsibilities. My journey with BYST as a mentor started, I think, about 6 years back in 2017-18. And it has been very, very fulfilling. Prior to that, of course, I was part of corporate life before I decided to become a solopreneur or to be on my own. And when I was working with corporates, my thoughts were that, oh, somebody has labeled me as leader, or somebody has accepted me as a leader, and I had very large teams to handle. I felt very elated, and I thought that's the pinnacle for any professional, that you cannot go beyond this. Because I thought, oh, leader is somebody who inspires life, inspire individuals, inspire their followers. But when I joined BYST, I thought, no, leadership was not really the pinnacle. There is something beyond that. And I think that is mentorship. So when you become a mentor, like leaders, if they inspire an individual, I think it is mentors, they actually transform the lives. And not just one life, many lives who are associated with them. If leaders make the way, I think it is mentors who actually pave the way. That's what the mentors can do. So it comes with, of course, a lot of responsibility. It doesn't have to have a lot of experience per se, but I think mentor is somebody who can really make huge contribution to the people who are associated with them. I'm really happy that BYST has created this platform about more than a quarter century ago. Of course, last century, I think in 1991-92. And it has brought so many mentors from all over the country in India together. So it's not just a platform, it's also a great forum for all of us to network with each other, learn from each other. When it comes to mentoring, I really look at it from 5 different points of view. One of them is actually the contribution. Those who have joined BYST, of course, have joined BYST to voluntarily contribute and give it back to the society. And that's very, very important facet to have in anybody's life. The another thing which I consider is very important is taking the responsibility. Throughout my corporate career in past, I always very strongly believed that there are 2 kinds of responsibility. One of them is which is given to you. So typically you will have a job description, and then you will do all the stuff which are there as part of your job description. But that's a given responsibility. Once you go and step out of that box, you start acquiring responsibility. Something that is not given to you, you start acquiring that responsibility and you shoulder that responsibility, and you will experience that you are actually learning more. And when you are learning more, of course, you are contributing more. The third thing which comes to my mind when it comes to mentoring is great learning experience. Again, thanks to BYST platform, we have been exchanging a lot of ideas, lot of thoughts through webinars, through some focus group discussions, through the events like this. We have been really learning a lot. So continuous learning is another thing that is happening alongside the mentoring. Mentors are supposed to be the torchlight for their entrepreneurs. So the fourth aspect is about problem solving. Our young entrepreneurs, some of them probably do not have any past experience. And when they don't have experience, obviously they are going to run into some or the other kind of problem. And when they run into problem, the only direction that they look at is mentor. So when they look at the mentor, mentors are supposed to solve the problem. Not necessarily a mentor is necessarily an experienced or a domain expert of entrepreneur's business. But it is your experience, it is your life skills which actually help you to solve a lot of problems. I can tell you one example from one of the Pune-based entrepreneur who has just begun his journey, I think about a year back. He's a BYST supported entrepreneur, and he prints the stickers which go in the backside and on the sides of the helmets. And he was very fortunate to have one client called Stillbird, which is the largest manufacturer of helmets in India. Now, on one hand, of course, it's a very proud moment for him to have a client like that. But at the same time, these big clients, when they look at the smaller entrepreneurs who are just beginning their career, obviously they are highly demanding. So they put up some very complex, very tough demands in front of them, in front of this entrepreneur. And he brought those to our table. Together with another mentor, we tried to help him and go through those tough demands and negotiate it very well. And today he has got not only Stillbird, but another second largest manufacturer called Vega. They are also his customer. And the last thing, which is about encouraging people. So mentors are by default they are there to pat the backs of the entrepreneurs when they are really feeling low. Sometimes they are feeling low in terms of motivation. So mentors are the one who not only encourage them, they motivate them. They also probably pull out some experience from their past, which is relative, which is quite relatable to them, so that they are able to understand it very well. Okay, so these are the 5 things that I take away from my mentorship journey so far with BYST. There is a lot of experience. There are a lot of experience to share, and I think there are so many mentors sitting here. I am sure they all have a story to tell. So during networking time, I think we have a break at around 11 o'clock. You can please exchange your thoughts, your experience, and try to also listen from our fellow mentors. With that, I give it back to Sumati ma'am. Thank you.
What a way to start. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi, and you really did it, leaving less or nothing for us. Thank you again. And can I request Mrs. Sharada from Chennai, one of our entrepreneurs, who's going to be sharing her success story.
Vanakkam, I'm Sharada Gopalakrishnan. I'm a photographer from Chennai. I come from a very conservative family, a family that believed in 9-to-5 job. And like most Indian parents, my parents also wanted me to be an engineer, and they put me in an engineering college. I studied there for 1 year. I understand that engineering was not my cup of tea. Later, I wanted to discontinue it. And I did all things to actually come out of the college and joined visual communication. It was very hard for a 19-year-old kid to convince the parents, but I somehow did it. And after completing my college, I wanted to get into business. So my family had zero support for the obvious reason. And then I realized that, I came across BYST and I went for the support to BYST. I still remember the day when I was questioned left, right, and center. I was literally scrutinized, and I thought that I will not definitely get the support from BYST. But to my surprise, I got the financial support, but not just that, I also got mentorship programs and lot of other supports as well. My industry was so dominating with male, and I was the only female, going around carrying the cameras and, doing shoots. The mentors really helped me, and there were a lot of questions that, gave me a clarity through BYST. I was quite successful, and I repaid my loan in just 2 years. And, I also got married to my best friend in 2017. Life was like a fairy tale, like how we see in movies, right? But then in 2019, the hardest phase of my life hit, and I lost my daughter in my 37 weeks of pregnancy. And, it was the most hardest thing that happened, and I went into depression. But again, with a lot of support from the well-wishers, from mentors and family, I bounced back. And from being just a photographer, I got into newborn and maternity photography. And from being a most depressed mother, I am now an international award-winning photographer. So everybody understands the purpose of the life when they go through a hard phase. And I learned it hard way as well. And my purpose is now to give back. And I teach a lot of young women and shape their career in photography. And I also talk a lot about postpartum depression, mothers' mental health, importance of breastfeeding through my pictures and videos. I've also authored a book called Out of Focus. And it also helps mothers to come out of PPD. And I would like to conclude my speech by saying one thing. You cannot pour from an empty cup. And also, wherever you go, whatever you do, be in love, because when you're in love, success and paychecks automatically comes to you. Thank you. And thanks to BYST for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
I think she deserved it. Please give a big applause. I was very lucky to give a hug, and I gave that hug on behalf of all of you. Now I have requested Mrs. Asha, our entrepreneur from Hyderabad, to share her success story.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, that's what I wanted when we are all here in a BYST. Yes, my name is Asha, and I'm into manufacturing of oilless and waterless cookware under the brand name NutriCook. Yes, our main office is in Hyderabad, and we have our plant in Chennai. So I belong to both the cluster of BYST. So for us, our entrepreneurship journey was not so easy, because it's for everyone how difficult we face. It's the same thing for us. Myself and my business partner, Mr. Ravi Kumar Reddy, we both were working in a foreign-based company where this cookware has been sold at a very high pricing. And then we requested the company to reduce the pricing. They said that, no, it's not possible, because they wanted to maintain the brand all over the world. Then we thought, why don't we develop the same product in India? So that's how our entrepreneurial journey started. And it was not an easy task for us to develop a German-based product in India with available resources. So it could be of a technology and the raw material and everything. And then when we develop the product successfully with our minimal capital, then the major task comes for any of the entrepreneurs, what everyone faced. It's the same thing that's of the capital, the finance. There, how the BYST has really supported us. They taught us from the scratch, how we have to prepare a project report and why a banker should give you the loan. What makes the difference? So we taught each and everything from BYST, from which we have got around 20 lakhs of loan from SBI Bank initial stage. The later on, as in the days goes, even the bankers themselves, they had called us and they increased our loan limit as well. So that is the thing. And whereas going forward, now we have got our own unit, because initially we started as an OEM where we were doing manufacturing the product from a different factory, but right now we have got our own unit at Chennai, because our product is the one which is useful to help eradicate the malnutrition, because everyone are facing with a lot of nutrition problem, and the main reason because our way of cooking and the cookware what we use. As the main concept of BYST is creating a job seeker into a job creator, right? So we are also working with the philosophy where we are giving the opportunities for women entrepreneurs to start their own business with NutriCook, where we are giving them a distributionship. And then one more main aspect of BYST is the mentoring. Yes, mentoring is very much important for any of our entrepreneurs, because we think that our product is the supreme product, and we're going to do whatever we want to do, and definitely we will succeed, because you never know how the situations comes in. So at that time, having a mentor is really helpful. I'm very happy that my mentor, Mr. Dandraj sir, is here, where I'm sharing this experience in front of him. So he also helped us in many other ways in terms of how the administration has to be. He also helped us in preparing some of the SOPs and all, which made our company to have a smooth running. The relationship of the BYST and the entrepreneurs is as simple, if you want me to explain my experience with the BYST, is the relationship of a monkey and a baby monkey. How a baby monkey hold tightly his mother, and the mother jumps in wherever she wants. So when we hold BYST tightly, definitely BYST will take us to many different ways. At the same time, when it comes to a cat and a kitten, a cat holds the kitten very carefully. It's the responsibility of a cat to hold its kitten carefully. Similarly, BYST holds their entrepreneurs so carefully to take them to our next level. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Those were two young ladies, Sharda from Chennai and Asha from Hyderabad, who shared those success stories. I think they really were very moving. And since they were talking a lot about mentors and a lot about BYST, I would just like to quote Swami Vivekananda. One of his quotes was, take an idea, make that idea your life, put your nerves, put your bones, put your muscles, put everything into it. And BYST is that ideation process. So thank you very much, Sukanya, for wanting me to share this, and I did on your behalf. They were sharing, saying that leaders are there. I think Bimal Gandhi said leaders are there, but it is the mentors who play a very important role. So the pitch is laid by the administrators, but it is the coach who takes the bowler or the fielder or the batsman to go and play the innings. So thank you, mentors who have come here in large numbers, and thank you, entrepreneurs who have come here in large numbers to share. Thank you very much. We will be moving on to the next agenda, where we'll be watching some of the success stories of BYST entrepreneurs. Can we have the screen, gentlemen, please? Please. Please.
There stands an enormous untapped potential among the undeserved youth at India's grassroots. A sea of innovative business ideas is awaiting to turn into successful businesses through mentoring support. Inspired by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, the Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust creates the missing middle to empower micro-rural entrepreneurs and integrate them into India's economic mainstream, transforming job seekers into job creators. To enable a robust mentoring ecosystem and accelerate skill development, on its 25th anniversary, BYST launched Mentoring India, a pool of mentors guiding at every touchpoint where entrepreneurs interact. To empower these officials with skill sets to guide the potential entrepreneurs and enhance their efficacy and sustainability. Over 6,000 BYST mentors have been trained and accredited by City and Guilds UK. As on 2019, BYST has supported over 8,000 entrepreneurs, handheld by 6,000 mentors, of which 10% grampreneurs have become millionaires. Rooted in the Indian Guru Shishya Parampara, BYST's city builds awareness. As on BYST has supported over 8,000 entrepreneurs, identifies underprivileged aspiring youth, trains and facilitates financing through banks, and thereafter mentors them. Apart from one-on-one counseling under BYST's innovative schemes like mobile mentor clinics, experienced mentors travel to the village doorsteps to counsel and guide the grampreneurs. These grampreneurs in turn have created more than 250,000 jobs, winning national and international awards. Under Youth Business International Network, BYST has helped to set up similar programs in other countries. In India, BYST has expanded and set up regional clusters in Delhi NCR, Chennai, Maharashtra, Odisha, Telangana and Assam. BYST envisions 66,000 with the help of 20,000 mentors. BYST helps you to set up similar programs in 2024. Marching towards unleashing potential, creating entrepreneurs, building India. BYST envision 66,000 with the help of 20.
I hope you all enjoyed watching that, the success stories and the journey of BYST in the last 3 decades. Before we actually get into today's program, there's a humble request for all of you to put your cell on silent mode, please, and we shall avoid any disturbance. There's a very humble request. I once again welcome every one of you to this global event, the Global Plenary on Inclusive Entrepreneurship. We are going to have it in conversation with young entrepreneurs organized by Bharat Yuva Shakti Trust. We've been talking about BYST, Bharat Yuva Shakti Trust, and on future entrepreneurs and G20 Canada. I'd like to let everyone know that we have showcased the products of our entrepreneurs just outside this hall. And I hope many of you who came in before into this hall would have had an opportunity to visit the stalls, and do encourage our entrepreneurs. There's also a technology desk, technology help desk, where you can learn about the various digital initiatives taken by BYST in the past couple of years, including building some interesting tech tools, the Mentor app, the Entrepreneur app, and the helpline. Many of you have come into this hall, might be looking at people and watching. Some of them are wearing a green coat or a white coat. So let me explain to you. The high flyers, you might be seeing individuals wearing white coat. Can we have the people wearing white coat just stand up and be recognized? I think they're all outside. Our entrepreneurs are all outside. So when you go out, you'll find them all wearing white coats. There you are. So one of them there. Thank you very much, gentlemen. White coat. Yeah, we have one more here. He is not worn his white coat, but he's wearing a gray coat. Thank you very much. Excellent performance and business growth. And the ones who are wearing the green coats are our BYST green ambassadors. Do we have them here inside? Green coat, not wearing it. Yes, thank you for standing up and getting recognized. Who promote green practices, and they encourage their fellow entrepreneurs to adopt eco-friendly aspects into their businesses. We have also our BYST ambassadors. They can be identified. The ones wearing yellow badges, can we have all of you stand up? I think they are in large numbers. BYST mentors. Please wear your yellow badge, Bilal. So they are the people, they're all mentors from various parts of the country. They are here today. And they will be going around to guide you. And you can always have your queries answered through them. In addition to this, the individuals with BYST pins, and they are the enthusiastic mentors. So you can see it. So I'm one of them. So the people who are wearing, can we have all of you stand up, please? The ones, the largest contingent who are wearing the pins. This is Bharat Yuva Shakti Trust, the mentors who have been with BYST in this long journey. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'd also like to tell you more about this interesting element of this program. There is a lucky dip draw. I know many of you are very lucky, but today we're going to see 2 luckiest people among the people who are here. So many of you, when you entered, there was a small bag given to you, a jute bag. There is a lucky coupon in that. So if you can just tear off one of them, and put it in the box kept there at the registration table, you could be one of those lucky winners. And please, people who have not collected your bag when you came in, please do collect it. To know more about this program, scan the barcode on the standee placed outside the reception area. And that information gives you all the information about the agenda, about the delegates who are here, and also the Facebook Live link. And inside the hall, you might see a lot of round tables. On those tables, each of them, there's a tent card. We have a barcode on that, which has a survey to inclusive entrepreneurship. And all the entrepreneurs are requested to take a survey. Please note, this is only for entrepreneurs and not for the mentors. All the entrepreneurs and mentors from the 16 clusters of BYST all over India are here today. And this program, there are certain parts where you're going to be virtually linked to what is going to be happening outside. So we welcome Mr. Anant Nageshwaran, the Chief Economic Advisor. Can we have a round of applause, please? Our program begins with a special plenary session focused on fostering inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem. So let's dwell into this world of inclusive entrepreneurship. Can I request Mr. Subodh Bhargava, if he's here? Yes, sir. So shall we wait for the minister to come? Okay. So yeah, we shall, well, we await the arrival of our ministers. And in the meantime, Bimal Gandhi, if there is any other entrepreneur or mentor who would like to share, we can call upon them. Please. I request Mr. Bimal Gandhi to give you more insight to what is all about this round tables which are placed. Over to you.
As I mentioned, during the break, when you all are outside, we'll place the survey questionnaire hard copy on your table, and we'll also place the guidelines for the round table, because round table is likely to come up at around 12:15 if we go by the schedule. In this round table discussion, there is going to be one lead and there is one mentor from BYST who will help you to take you through the entire round table discussion. Each table will have about 6 to 7 people occupying, and I can see most of the table are occupied with those many people. You just need to take one survey questionnaire. So the QR code is right there on your table. You can scan it, and during the event, or maybe when the round table is happening, you can fill in that questionnaire. I think it will take about not more than 5 to 7 minutes. So please do that. In this round table, our central theme is inclusivity. And keeping inclusivity, which is also G20 agenda, we would like you to share your experience, share your views, and also keep the relevant topic related to inclusivity in the center of your discussion. You can talk about 3 to 4 topics, and I think each one will get about 2 minutes to speak. I highly encourage everybody to please open up and share your experience, share your views. If you have any concerns, please make sure that you are expressing that on the table. One of the mentors from BYST will take the notes of that, and those inputs will then be converted into actionable items, and then it will be taken forward. So this is more or less the guideline for our roundtable discussion. Like I said, we'll be putting the survey questionnaire, the hard copy, at least one on each table, and also the guideline. That will be done during the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is wonderful. Thank you, Bimal Gandhi. And he is a senior mentor from Pune. For the latecomers, people who joined us late. Mr. Bimal Gandhi was one of our first mentors to come and share, while we had Asha and Sharada, two other entrepreneurs who shared their success stories. So while we've all assembled here in this hall, I would like to tell you 16 centers of BYST are with us today. Can we give a big round of applause to all those people who have joined us in the link all over India and all over the world? And this is there on both YouTube and Facebook. Since we have a little more time, I request sure. International awardee. Swapnil. Okay, so he's from Pune. We had two of our ladies share their success stories. So we have a young entrepreneur who's going to be sharing his success story with us.
Good morning, everyone. This is Swapnil from Pune. We are into the manufacturing of pressure radiators, which are used in distribution transformers. That is, we are connected to the electricity. So I would like to tell about BYST. 14 years back, when I was studying in a college, at that time I got connected with the BYST, and I started attending the entrepreneur programs. In 2016, I got up an idea about manufacturing the radiators and took this proposal to the BYST. So BYST supported me for the 30 lakh rupees term loan and 10 lakh rupees. Yes. 10 lakh rupees cash credit account. So this helped me to gain the 1.9 CR turnover in 2019. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Swapnil, for sharing your success stories. And we have with us all the dignitaries who are going to make this event a very grand success. Can I request the dignitaries, as I call, Mr. Subodh Bhargava, the chairman of BYST. Please, can we have one? Yeah. I request our Minister of Finance, State Affairs, Mr. Bhagwat Karat, to be accompanied on the dais. Mr. Anand Nageshwaran, the Chief Economic Advisor. Mrs. Lakshmi Venkateshan. And Mr. Singhania, who is joining them on the dais. Can we have Mrs. Lakshmi? And Annabella join us on the dais. We begin with a warm welcome address by Mr. Subodh Bhargava. Mr. Bhargava is the chairman, BYST board, and the independent director of and chairman at Tata Communications Limited and Vatsila India Limited. An alumni of Roorkee IIT, Mr. Subodh Bhargava was associated with many reputed companies of the industry. And may I call upon him to give his welcome address?
Good morning, French. Shri Karatji, Minister, Finance, Government of India. Dr. Ananta Nageshwari, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Ms. Annabelle Laroche, the Senior Trade Commissioner for Canada in India. My colleagues, Harsh, Lakshmi, young entrepreneur from G20 countries, mentors, distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this global plenary on inclusive entrepreneurship hosted by Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust in collaboration with Future Entrepreneur G20 YEA Canada. A special welcome to our distinguished guests at the dais. Special welcome to our G20 entrepreneur and mentors who are present here. Today's event holds immense significance as it's taking place on the occasion of the G20 YEA Summit, which recognizes, and I think that's important, that this summit is regarding the transformative power of mass entrepreneurship, fostering inclusive growth. It is a platform that brings together diverse stakeholders to share their respective best practices, forge collaborations, and celebrate the indomitable spirit of entrepreneurship. The Government of India implemented two notable programs, Startup India and Atal Innovation Mission. These initiatives are designed to provide comprehensive support to the entrepreneur in the startup ecosystem for helping the underprivileged scheduled caste and scheduled tribe youth join the economic mainstream. The government has also launched this Stand Up India scheme and the National Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe Hub. Promoting mass entrepreneurship has enabled empowering the underprivileged youth and the marginalized communities, the women, tribal, indigenous people, migrants, and minorities. This has helped to drive innovation, creativity, inclusivity, and overcome social and cultural barriers. Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust was founded with a mission, and from its very inception has worked over the last 3 decades to create economic opportunities for young men and women from marginalized sections of society. BYST recognizes the responsibility of entrepreneur towards society, environment, and digitalization, and encourages sustainable practices, circular economy, and responsible business models. While we also emphasize the role of digitalization in enhancing competitiveness, market reach, and seizing new opportunities. BYST encourages entrepreneurs to be equally socially responsible, actively engage in community development, and give back to society. I expect that by the end of today's event, we will be able to present to the government and the business leaders with the much needed call to action that will help to strengthen the grassroots youth entrepreneurship movement, not only in India, but across the G20 countries. BYST remains committed to mass entrepreneurship, inclusive growth, and responsible business practices. Let me once again welcome you and wish deliberations during the day great success and productive outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subodh Bhargava, for those warm words of welcome. Up next, we have Lakshmi V. Venkatesan, the founding and managing trustee of BYST, who will provide an overview of the organization and its initiatives. Mrs. Lakshmi Venkatesan, she founded Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust in 1992 with the dawn of the industry world, none other than late J.R.D. Tata. BYST was set up to foster entrepreneurship among the underprivileged youth who lack resources to start their ventures despite having adequate knowledge. Mrs. Venkatesan is a recipient of various honors and awards by the government and industry, and is also a founding member of the UK Youth Business Award. A big round of applause, and over to you, Lakshmi.
Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Karaji, Chief Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister of India, Dr. Nageshwaran, Ms. LaRouge, Janice, esteemed trustees, Bhargava, Mr. Singhania, young entrepreneurs from all the G20 countries, and distinguished guests. What an amazing gathering we have here today, because India, in its excitement and the buzz that is going around of the G20 that India is hosting, and the plethora of events that is happening in Delhi, we are extremely fortunate to have people, dignitaries such as yourselves, and we have delegates from UK, from Canada, from China, from all parts of the world, as well as we have over 400 entrepreneurs joining us from remote villages and areas such as Sangli, Satara, Raigada, etc., from all parts. So what we are going to here celebrate is not just know about inclusive entrepreneurship, but actually have the inclusive entrepreneurs here. That is the power of what we are doing today. The diverse group of the G20 countries who are present here today say that beyond everything else, inclusivity is something that is important to all of us and that we share as one of the important areas in which we have to really focus. Because what is inclusive entrepreneurship? Actually, it is smart entrepreneurship. When we reach out and support young women, when we reach out and support people who are from remote areas of the country or in the world, when we reach out and support underserved communities, which can be indigenous communities such as in Canada, or the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, are we really doing them something, a favor? Is it just a question of being morally right, or is it economically productive? And we believe if you see the kind of entrepreneurs that you got to meet outside and the kind of entrepreneurs that you will all be interacting for the rest of this today, is actually, we are deriving a lot of benefit. For example, when Padmini, who was a scheduled tribe entrepreneur from Odisha, in a small town in the east of India, when we gave her a small loan, a mudra loan, which she was able to translate into soft toy manufacturing, within 2 years, she not only lifted herself out of poverty and a family, but she gave jobs to 100 people. And she's exporting to the UAE. If you get a chance, please meet Arun Avatade. Arun, are you there? Please stand up. Arun is someone who's an example of a person who's a high school dropout. He came to us with an innovation. Of course, when he went to the banks, he said, well, you know, what kind of, what can we do to really, you know, we don't have that kind of trust. Today, he's got an agri-business mulching films, and he has helped over 200,000 farmers in all of Maharashtra and in Madhya Pradesh and so on and so on. That's an inclusive entrepreneur. Is Yogesh here? Yogesh is from the SC community of Aurangabad. And he came to us with a pest control agri-pump business. It's a very interesting, I can't go into the details of it, but literally for the pest control, people carry the pumps when they go and spray in the rural areas. He said, that's too much burden. Let's put it on a cartwheel. And literally he made it possible for these people, a small innovation. When pandemic struck, he said, oh, there are many municipal who want to know how to spray the streets and so on. So he took his pump spray from the agri pumps and converted into something which can be used in all the streets of. So he's there in pretty much all the major towns of Maharashtra. That is the power of what we believe is inclusive entrepreneurship. So to continue this kind of a reach out, today we are going to witness with Mr. Singhania, who has partnered with us. Thank you. For a green business idea contest, the first of its kind in rural India. And we will be launching it with the help of our chief guests. And we hope that that would become a model for other parts of our country and other parts of the world to follow. Since 1992, when we began this program, we have supported over 335,000 inclusive entrepreneurs. And collectively, our latest annual data says that they have created a wealth of approximately $1 billion and 500,000 jobs, 5,000 crores. So the power of this is not just in order to help somebody, in order to create self-employment, they have become multipliers, both in wealth and in jobs. The mentoring is the key component. Many of you who would have visited the stalls find that for each entrepreneur that has been successful, it has really been because of a mentor. And the mentors are drawn from Indian industry. And that has been the power when I started this program with J.R.D. Tata way back in 1992. He was my mentor. He was a mentor to BYST. And subsequently, we have had stalwarts from Indian industry to support us. And I believe that this mentoring has become something that needs to be replicated elsewhere. So our vision is to build a nationwide cadre of 200,000 mentors. We are only at 20,000. We are, we have to multiply it by a factor of 10. And 200,000 mentors who in turn can support 1 million entrepreneurs. And sir, if we were able to work with the government to achieve this, we can support 50 million jobs with this 1 million entrepreneurs, because every one of our entrepreneurs creates 10 direct and 40 indirect jobs. So that is the multiplying factor that is possible. The impact of this program is pretty much felt around the globe, because when I started it, essentially I took a program from the UK, which was called the Prince's Trust. It's still continued to be supported by King Charles, and he has been coming to our program every few years here in India. And that program was what we brought and adapted and adopted it. Now, I must say that we are proud to say that this is now in 50 countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe. A shining example of that partnership is Futurpreneur Canada, which Janice represents. Futurpreneur is somebody that I went in 1996 to Toronto to give a lending hand, since we had started in 1992. So we're 3 years ahead of them. It is fantastic to see the kind of progress that they've made. 18,000 entrepreneurs, inclusive entrepreneurs, and very often we share with each other what it means to reach out to these people in remote locations. You have as many remote locations as we do, with the help of digital technologies and mentoring and so on. In order to increase the number of inclusive entrepreneurs, what should be the next steps? And Dr. Karaji, we invited you to bless us, to support us, but also to, ask you for support. You have been a very strong proponent of financial inclusion. And we keep reading about the kind of things that you say, that the importance of what it means to be able to set this mass entrepreneurship. Sir, we appreciate the kind of initiatives and the reach that Mudra has had, 500 million loans. That's fantastic. What we would like to say is, if you saw the kind of entrepreneurs we had and the kind of entrepreneurs who are supporting us, what they need is a quantum of loan that is meaningful for them to build assets. Today, the average loan size of a Mudra is 30,000. Our entrepreneurs, even in the remote locations and areas, need at least 3 lakhs. That is the way in which banks, of course, have their own concern about being able to lend that kind of money, which is security and collateral free. But if we were to embed mentoring, and right after this, we'll be hearing from our mentor who is from the banks. The banks themselves have come forward, and we have trained people from Bank of Baroda, Indian Bank, Indian Overseas Bank, and it's made a huge difference in lowering the NPS for them. And it has made a huge difference in terms of having confidence in lending to inclusive partners. So can we make this into a meaningful program, partnering with the government, partnering with the banks to embed mentoring and to be able to give them the confidence to lend more? And more than 85% of women entrepreneurs we found still have that kind of a challenge. And Dr. Nageshwaran, we are not going to let you off off the hook either. You have, Dr. Nageshwaran has always impressed me with this enormous in-depth knowledge of both the micro and the macro. He's one of the few people who actually has worked with Avishkar and micro equity. That is music to our ears, because very often when we go and talk to people, we have to explain who we are. But you could probably guide us as to who we can be. And what we are saying is that perhaps, and we share your optimism, sir, that the economy is on the right track. You called it an autopilot. And what we would like to see is to bring the benefits of that extremely good macroeconomic to the micro, to the mass entrepreneurship. So can we work with you to say that the banks also should consider micro equity? It cannot be all about debt loans alone. And micro equity cannot be left to the marketplace for these micro entrepreneurs. It has to come from some kind of a state support. So we would love for you to be able to support us and help us come up with such policies. If such policies are done in India, what we hope is we can share with all of you in the G20 countries and in turn learn from you as to how to really reach out to inclusive entrepreneurs. Inclusive entrepreneurs also have challenges with digital marketing. They have challenges with how to be part of the ESG value chain. And in all of this, we therefore propose this. And Janice, I've not really discussed this with you, so I hope it comes as a pleasant surprise for you. The G20 Young Entrepreneur Alliance, can we think, had made a strong commitment, I think, in Hamburg, Germany, on behalf of the G20, in order to really promote inclusive entrepreneurship. So can we all collectively form an empowered group within the G20 YEA to just support inclusive entrepreneurship? Because I do believe that a forum like that was needed to collaborate for innovation, the innovation of the kind that we are seeing here among the inclusive entrepreneurs, to help develop programs and policies of the kind that we are making an appeal to our government. We should be able to see what other governments can do, and of course, improve and increase trade, but particular focus with inclusive entrepreneurship because their needs are different and their requirements are different. So I would like to close now to say that we are eagerly awaiting for the next 3 days where the G20 Young Entrepreneur Alliance are going to be looking at the broader aspects of what an alliance will be. This program is specifically for inclusive, and all the deliberations and the chief guests and all of the kind of encouragement they give us and the kind of promises they give us will be taken over and will be presented on the 14th morning at the larger forum. Thank you so much.
That was fantastic. I think Lakshmi just poured her heart out. Thank you, Lakshmi, so much. Now let's hear from BYST Futurpreneur, who will be sharing his experience, highlighting the transformation of power of inclusive entrepreneurship. We have Mr. Niranjan, the winner of the COVID Resilient Award YBI, Youth Business International Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award, a competition which was held among 50 countries. Niranjan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. I, Niranjan Oval, stand before you today as the proud founder of Simforge Engineering. It is an honor to address such an esteemed group of entrepreneurs from India, Germany, France, and Canada. Together, we represent a diverse range of experiences and journeys in the world of business. 2 years ago, my entrepreneurial adventure began with Simforge Engineering. We specialize in manufacturing and exporting sim racing equipment and simulators, which are used by gamers, by pilots, and by racing drivers. These simulators have become an indispensable tool for race car drivers as well. Now, allow me to shed light on the challenges I faced during the inception of my company. Starting a business is no easy feat, especially for a college student with limited financial resources and no family background in entrepreneurship. However, I was fortunate enough to receive the support of Bharati Yuva Shakti Trust, BYST. Under the government's Mudra scheme, BYST helped me secure a loan of rupees 1.5 lakhs, enabling me to lay the foundation of Simforge Engineering. BYST not only provided financial assistance, but also appointed mentors who guided me throughout the process of starting the company. These mentors, both official and unofficial, offered their expertise in both technical and non-technical aspects. Their guidance proved instrumental in overcoming the obstacles and making informed decisions. Commencing my business just before COVID lockdown presented additional challenges. While the pandemic created a difficult time for all of us, I recognize it as an opportunity for me. During this period, my mentors were just a phone call away, offering invaluable support when needed. They helped me navigate the turbulent waters and adapt my supply chain to ensure uninterrupted production even during the peak lockdowns. One of the most significant contributions from the BYST was the assistant of a chartered accountant, a CA, who meticulously prepared all the requirement documents which were required for the bank loans. Despite my repeated requests to charge me for all the services, he hasn't charged me a single rupee yet. which is quite surprising because accounting it's a little expensive in India. Carrying on, the training sessions that I attended that BYSC provided me were equally valuable, equipping me with essential entrepreneur skills and insights necessary for a success in this challenging journey. I'm incredibly humbled and honored to have received the YBI Youth Business Internationals Award. For a college student and entrepreneur, becoming an award winner is just the second year of his venture. It's a dream come true for me. This recognition has completely transformed my life. Of course it has. It has not only opened the doors of opportunity, but also made me a positive example for the young people in my family and neighborhood. I hope my journey inspires them to take up entrepreneurship as a career. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that no matter how tough the journey may be, persistence and self-belief are the driving forces that lead us to great insight. Let us continue to support and learn from one another, embracing our dreams and turning them into reality. Thank you for all your kind attention. Dhanyavad, danke, merci, and thank you.
So Niranjan wants to take the blessings of the all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, Niranjan, for the sharing.
I just want to add that Niranjan did not say he went from 1.5 lakhs. Today, he's a multi-crorepati in 2 years during the pandemic. And yeah, he grew by 1100%. And he's now exporting to how many countries? 46 countries in 2 years.
Well, I will also like to mention Swapnil sir. Swapnil Kode sir, can you please stand up? Like, he's the reason I am here today. The reason I got connected to BYST was watching an advertisement. I think it was an inspirational post of him being a runner-up in that award. So my mentor is the runner-up and I'm the winner. So I hope my mentees carries the tradition.
So shortly, Niranjan will become mentor and he'll have a lot of mentees. So thank you very much, Niranjan. That was very, very interesting. Now we invite an institutional mentor, Mr. Banari Panda, General Manager of Indian Bank, and now is the National Advisor in a leading microfinance Belstar. He's one of the mentors trained by BYSC under the Mentoring India program, a flagship program of BYST, and it's aimed at making a mindset change with institutions and creating a conducive entrepreneurial ecosystem. Mr. Panda, over to you.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. I have pleasure and honor to share my experience in this forum. I am, as I was introduced, I am Banbehari Panda. I am a former General Manager of Indian Bank, and currently I am an advisor to Belstar Microfinance Limited and Pan India institutions who have more than 7,000 crores of AUM operating in 18 states. I am also an institutional mentor at BYST. I would like to share that throughout my career as a banker in Indian Bank, we have faced many challenges. And one of the important hurdles we faced is reaching out the financial targets assigned to us for supporting the inclusive entrepreneurs. It is not a specific problem for Indian Bank where I was working, but it is a problem with all banks. And this problem was accentuated with the increase in NP. But in 2016, I attended a program of mentor development training program conducted by BYST. It was a remarkable initiative by BYST. I must emphasize that it has helped me greatly in my work performance. Since then, I have been continuing with this BYST and with attending their webinar, town hall meetings, and that has proved to be very instrumental for my personal continuous improvement and growth. BYST has done a very immense support. In fact, I would like to emphasize here that this program is beneficial to all bankers like me. I can share that after attending this program, I have been personally improving in my work performance. It has helped me reduce the NPA. It has increased the outreach. It has increased my networking, and more specifically, it has helped improve the quality of onboarding customers with proper mentoring and right selection of entrepreneurs for the right purpose. Definitely the problem of overdue and NPA, it will definitely reduce. That has been a specific advantage of this program. In fact, I would request that this BYST has conducted this program and trained for about 300 bankers like me. And I would humbly request the Finance Ministry and the Chief Economic Advisor for supporting this program to be extended to all banks, across all banks. And with increasing participation, it will be possible for increasing the number of entrepreneurs supported by BYST under Mudra scheme, for not only for their success, but also for their prospering them. And since then I have been with this BYST programs, and I would like to, in fine, I would like to express my gratitude to BYST for this mentorship and support. I continue personally, I continue my commitment for empowering the small micro entrepreneurs and helping them grow. Thank you very much, and wish you all a very, very enriching and inspiring session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panda. We have the honor of listening to the address by Annabella LaRouche, the Counselor and Senior Trade Commissioner at Global Affairs Canada, who's into providing strategic market information and market access solutions for the Canadian companies and to invest abroad or develop innovation and research and development partnerships. May I request you, Ms. Annabella?
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar, Minister of State, Chief Economic Advisor, other distinguished panelists. So I must admit, it's very nice to be talking to such an inclusive and diverse audience, because I must admit, when I do business outreach or meetings in India, I'm often the only woman in the room. So it's wonderful to see that diversity this morning. Thank you very much, BYST and Futurpreneur, for the invitation, and a special welcome to our young entrepreneur who traveled all the way from Canada to Delhi. Bonjour et bienvenue à tous pour ceux qui parlent français. First, I would like to say that there's an incredible momentum to expand the India-Canada relationship, which has very strong people-to-people tie already. Last year, we launched Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, which includes over $240 million to expand trade and investment in the region. In next October, our trade minister will lead a business delegation to India with over 300 Canadian companies. And the Canada-India commercial relationship has reached more than 130 billion, led by portfolio investment and close to 90 billion of investment on that front. Our two-way merchandise trade is approaching 14 billion. Two-way trade in services is close to 9 million, and two-way foreign direct investment is nearly 13 billion. And we hope this number will continue to grow with the support of 40+ trade commissioners across India, who are committed to foster business and innovation partnerships between Indian and Canadian companies and organizations. Now, I would like to say a few words on the theme of inclusive entrepreneurship. As the co-chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for Canada's network of 8 offices and 400+ employees across India, I am absolutely convinced that diversity and inclusion makes sense, not from just a social perspective, but also an economic perspective, as you also said. Diverse and inclusive organizations are more creative, they are more resilient, they are more innovative, and of course, they're more successful. In Canada, we believe in inclusive trade and inclusive entrepreneurship. Canada's pool of young entrepreneurs is becoming an increasingly important economic driver. However, underrepresented entrepreneurs still face challenges and barriers related to gender, sexual identity and orientation, ethnicity, and age. Business owned and led by people from underrepresented groups, especially SMEs and MSMEs, also face specific challenges pertaining to institutional biases, building capacity, financing, networking and mentorship, trade barriers, and supply chains. So these groups have not fully experienced the benefit of trade and the benefits of international commerce, and we want to change that. Women-owned SMEs, for example, tend to be smaller, generate lower revenue, grow slower. They also face time constraints due to family responsibilities affecting their ability to grow their business. Indigenous-owned businesses in Canada, also another example, face connectivity, infrastructure, region-specific challenges, and they were disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. So we have to do better, and we want to do better. As part of Canada's export diversification strategy, we try to advance inclusive approach to trade that seeks that the benefits of trade and investment is shared across the population to all groups of people. We want to include more talent in the economy, and we want to bring more underrepresented groups to the decision-making table, so to make sure that they are actively participating in business and international commerce. And as I mentioned earlier, diversity, inclusion, it's not just the right thing to do, it's also the economic and the business-wise thing to do. And by working to support underrepresented entrepreneurs, foster inclusion, reduce the gender gaps, and address systemic barrier, all contribute to economic growth, prosperity, and also innovation. And that's true for Canada, that's true for India, that's true for any country. For example, studies have shown that by advancing gender equality and women's participation in Canada, we could add 150 billion to the economy. So imagine how can you boost the Indian economy in the country if you can increase women's participation, which is stand at below 30%. And thank you for all the initiative that I see here in India. It's very encouraging, and it makes my heart warm to see all of these efforts in the right direction. So in a nutshell, then, when we have women, we have LGBT+, we have racialized or indigenous entrepreneurs succeeds, everyone succeeds. And young entrepreneurs like you here today, you will play a big role in this march to progress and sustainable economic development in Canada, in India, and globally. For those of you visiting Delhi to attend the G20 YEA Summit, I hope you will build amazing connections and you will also build amazing memories. Wishing you a great event today. Thank you again for having me here. Thank you for building a better future. And also, thank you for building bridges between Canada and India. I think we have a lot we can collaborate on. Merci beaucoup.
That was Annabella LaRouche for you. Today, a relationship has been started. And I know with our own dear Lakshmi and Annabella, we would only go on to strengthen this relationship and see that between India and Canada, we do a great job. Thank you very much once again. There's going to be a sharing of our international delegates. Up next, we are coming to here. We have our own, welcome Janice Nixon, the head of partnership, Futurpreneur, Canada, and a co-founder and a leader of New Market e-Gales, a road cycling group that inspires women to ride in a safe, inclusive, and a fun environment to share her thoughts. Over to you, Janice.
Thank you. I'm going to go off script for a minute. And I just want to say how excited, honored I am to be here today. I want to share a little bit of history and really the legacy of this woman, Lakshmi, founder of BYST, and the influence that she has had on inclusive entrepreneurship, not only in India, not only in Canada, but around the world. So in 1992, Lakshmi had a vision. She started BYST. And thinking about support for entrepreneurship and recognizing the importance of loan financing, inclusive loan financing, as well as mentorship to help young entrepreneurs start and succeed, became the framework for what is now today Futurpreneur. So in 1996, this young woman came to Canada, spoke to CIBC Bank and RBC, and managed to get them to start an organization then known as the Canadian Youth Business Foundation, which is now today known as Futurpreneur. In our 26+ year history, we've helped almost 20,000 young entrepreneurs start businesses across Canada, from coast to coast to coast, in every province and in every territory. We've deployed over $200 million in loan capital to help diverse young entrepreneurs start businesses. We have unicorns, we have startups, we have tech companies, we have coffee shops. The number of entrepreneurs that we've been able to support and help launch businesses across Canada has significantly contributed to the GDP of our country. Our annual GDP in fiscal year 23 was $1.35 billion. Again, I say that because I want you to realize the legacy of this woman. It's all happening because of you. Thank you. And so when we think about the ties that bind us between India and Canada, we're only getting started. And Lakshmi, I do want to say thank you, namaste, for helping us help young entrepreneurs in Canada and around the world. What I mean by around the world is we're also together founding members of international organizations like Youth Business International. Youth Business International, how many members within? 50 countries represented within Youth Business International. Again, with the mission to help young entrepreneurs start businesses successfully, grow and scale. Thank you. Now I'll go back to my script. So good morning. Welcome to our Global Plenary on Inclusive Entrepreneurship. Our sincerest thanks to BYST for welcoming us. To our distinguished guests, our esteemed delegates, and everyone in this room, from entrepreneurs and mentors, thank you for having us here today. My name is Janice Nixon. I'm the Canadian G20 Young Entrepreneur Alliance President. I'm also the Vice President of Programs and Partnerships at Futurpreneur. I don't have the long history like Lakshmi, But I'm so grateful that my former colleagues built a strong relationship with Lakshmi and other organizations to really truly help young entrepreneurs start and succeed. As we gather here today, we're united by a shared vision, a vision that embraces the transformative potential of inclusive entrepreneurship. I'm particularly thrilled to lead a delegation of 40 extraordinary young entrepreneurs from all across Canada who embody the spirit of diversity and inclusion. Among us, 40% of our delegates are trailblazing women. One of whom is here today celebrating her birthday. So Tarila, happy birthday. Where are you? 57% of our delegates identify as individuals from Black, South Asian, Asian, Indigenous, or Latin American backgrounds. Each of our entrepreneurs bring a unique perspective and a wealth of cultural richness to the table. Inclusive entrepreneurship, it's not just a catchphrase or a lofty ideal. It is the foundation for all of us to create an entrepreneurial ecosystem that leaves no one behind. It is an acknowledgement that every individual, regardless of their gender, race, sexual orientation, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, geography, or cultural heritage, deserves an equal opportunity to unleash their potential and shape their own destiny. Today, we have an extraordinary opportunity to delve into the intricacies of inclusive entrepreneurship. We will explore the challenges faced by equity-deserving communities and envision strategies to foster an environment where every entrepreneur can thrive. This plenary is more than just a gathering of like-minded individuals. It is a catalyst for change, a platform for dialogue, learning, and collaboration. And in the spirit of inclusivity, this event seeks to foster a truly global perspective. We are honored to be joined by our fellow G20 YEA delegates from the UK, Germany, and Nigeria. And my hope is that we also have our delegates from China joining us online. Each of us comes with unique stories, successes, and aspirations. Together, we will embrace our diverse voices, exchanging ideas and forging partnerships and catalyzing change for a better tomorrow. I would like to sincerely extend my deepest gratitude to Lakshmi, Aruna, BYST, who had made this plenary possible. And to our delegation of diverse young entrepreneurs, you are the driving force behind this trade mission. Your determination, innovation, and tenacity have brought us here today. So thank you. I am truly humbled by all of your accomplishments, inspired by your stories, and confident in your ability to shape the future of entrepreneurship. So let's all embrace the richness of diversity and strength of collaboration. Together, we can reimagine entrepreneurship as a force for good, empower equity-deserving communities, and build a future where every individual's entrepreneurial aspirations can thrive. It is my honor. Yes. So it's my honor to turn it over to one of our delegates, Kathy Pellerin, who is a founder of Vis-a-Vis, to share her passion for inclusive entrepreneurship and tell you about the work that she's doing, welcoming newcomers to Canada. Thank you.
Before Kathy takes over, I should thank Janice for the wonderful sharing that she did. Thank you, Janice.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for welcoming here. Bonjour tout le monde. Merci d'être ici aujourd'hui. So I'm Kathy Pellerin. I'm the owner of Vis-a-Vis Canada, which is a company that helps people immigrate to Canada and Canadian companies recruit internationally. And inclusion for me is very important in business because when I started my business, as many of us as entrepreneurs, I was really good at my job at being an immigration consultant. However, I was very bad at being a business owner, as no one taught me how to be a business owner. I look up to everyone that does it and it looks so easy. And you're like, I'm going to be rich, I'm going to succeed. But it's not that easy. And obviously at the beginning, I had no idea that what we're doing right now existed because we're not informed about this. When I went to the bank to try to get a loan, they told me your business does not qualify for a loan. So good luck and you don't need to make a business plan. So that was not great for me and my business. And I didn't know that there were ecosystems to become an entrepreneur. I learned about actually how to become an entrepreneur with Entrepreneurial Laval, which is part of the university in Quebec that fosters entrepreneurship. And then I realized that this is an actual entirely different career that encompasses a lot of many other careers and needs that we have as entrepreneurs and business owners. As an immigration consultant, evidently, I have a lot of immigrant clients that want to open businesses in Canada. And as an immigrant myself, I realized when I started joining the ecosystem that it was not tailored to neither my clientele nor me as the business that I was offering was for immigrants. So in Quebec, for example, we have a very strong entrepreneurship ecosystem, but sadly, many of the mentors and the people that are around did not understand the entrepreneurship mind of immigrants, right? Because we have our cultural way of thinking, of doing business, which is very different from the one, for example, in Canada. So then I realized we were also creating other entrepreneurship ecosystems also around immigrants and with immigrants as mentors. And being part of all these ecosystems, I realized the importance of that because at my first meeting with one of Argentinian mentors that I had in one of the ecosystems, she understood me right away. I was like, how come she understands what I'm saying right now? And I understand that it was because she understands that the way immigrants think about entrepreneurship has a lot of cultural baggage that maybe is not applied when we talk about entrepreneurship as a whole within our culture or the way we think. So inclusiveness is very important when we think about entrepreneurship. And it's not only for women because we have many programs, but they have to be tailor-made to the needs of the clients. And when we talk about minorities, be it immigrants, be it women, be it whatever minority we're speaking about, the way we think and the way we work will not be the same. So many of the programs that we have are not tailor-made. We do not qualify. And even if we do qualify, we're not getting what we need from these programs. So there is a lot of overlapping. I don't know if you know about this, but the OECD, they have an actual business tool that you can all access and you can assess how entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship and inclusive entrepreneurship is playing in your field, in your city. And there are policies already created around this that we can actually build upon. So sometimes like as entrepreneurs that we start creating new things and working on new ideas. Like right now, we want to create a very more inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem for minorities, but the bases are already there. So what we should do is build upon that and work together to actually make these policies not only exist and be included in policy and in law, but work with actual other sectors, like obviously the banking system, which is one of the most important ones that we have, because financing is very hard to access. This is one of the most difficult things that we have in entrepreneurship. We have great ideas, but sadly, getting financing is very, very hard. So how do we make it inclusive? It's by making this together, so policy and the private sector, so that these policies become inclusive. We can all succeed as cultural minorities or women minorities or any other minorities. So there you are, you can use that business tool and we can build upon that together to have a very inclusive future in entrepreneurship for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. And let's now listen to the distinguished address by Mr. H.P. Singhania, BYST board member, and he's also the vice chairman and managing director of JK Paper Limited. Over to Mr. Singhania.
Thank you. Dr. Bhagwat Garagji, Honorable Minister, Dr. Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Subodh, Lakshmi, Miss Annabelle LaRouche, Janice, all the international delegates, grampreneurs, international mentors, and various people from G20 countries. I am deeply honored to be here with you today amidst the presence of esteemed individuals representing not only India, but also countries across the world. This collective gathering of the nation's entrepreneurs, along with the significance and presence of our ministers and a distinguished audience, points to the global significance and collaborative spirit of youth entrepreneurship for inclusive growth. Inclusivity lies at the core of our vision for a prosperous and just society. The COVID pandemic has profoundly changed the world in these last 4 years, creating havoc in people's lives, with over 500 million people falling back into poverty, effectively reversing some of the gains made in the progress towards poverty alleviation. This, along with geopolitical conflicts and adverse effects of climate change, make it very challenging at this time. In this context, the idea of inclusive entrepreneurship has become more relevant and critical. It can act as a powerful catalyst, breaking down barriers and creating pathways to success for marginalized communities, including women, youth, the differently abled, and those from disadvantaged backgrounds. According to BCG estimates, just closing the gender gap in entrepreneurship would increase global GDP by as much as 3 to 6%. That is $2 to $5.5 trillion, and would also lead to substantial job creation of anywhere between 300 to 430 million jobs globally. India is one of the bright spots in the world economy, in sharp contrast to the downturns in most of the developed countries. But unless the fruits of robust economic growth percolate equitably at all levels, it could jeopardize the huge potential of demographic dividend that we possess now. India is projected to add 97 million people to its working population, about a fourth of the world total by 2030. Thus, it is essential to create more jobs that are aspirational and allow more participation from the workforce. Inclusive entrepreneurship, ladies and gentlemen, holds the key for achieving this goal. We must recognize that the tribal belt and other underserved regions play a vital role in our nation's progress and development. By fostering inclusivity in these areas, we not only empower individuals, but also unlock their potential as drivers of economic growth and social transformation. It is our responsibility to offer end-to-end support to the potential entrepreneurs who now see it as a means of creating value and driving change. It is notable, sir, that the Indian government has taken focused initiative like the Aspirational Districts program that closely focuses on improving people's ability to participate fully in the thriving economy. Our government clearly aims to uplift the socioeconomic status of these marginalized areas and improve the lives of their residents, a key objective of building a sustainable and inclusive ecosystem. These initiatives demonstrate the government's commitment to fostering inclusivity and bridging the social economic gaps that exist in tribal and remote belts of India. The JK Paper BYST partnership in 2017 was driven by a desire to contribute to the upliftment of Raigada, one of the most underdeveloped areas in the state of Odisha, with a predominantly tribal population. Being almost entirely dependent on subsistence agriculture-based activities for their livelihood, supporting entrepreneurship in this region was crucial. The achievements of this partnership serve as an inspiration and as a testament to the transformative power of inclusive entrepreneurship in tribal areas. I'm happy to tell you, it is a fantastic example of inclusivity in such areas,
and showcases the impact and success of building an entrepreneurial ecosystem. The collaborative efforts between JK Paper and BYST has yielded remarkable results. The partnership has played a pivotal role in nurturing entrepreneurship and creating opportunities in this aspirational district, and actively supported the growth of budding entrepreneurs. Over 500 entrepreneurs were supported, and about 12 crore loan was facilitated for livelihood generation in this predominantly backward area. Internationally accredited mentors have played a crucial role in providing guidance and mentorship to underprivileged youth, helping them sustain their businesses and create employment opportunities within the community. It's estimated that almost 9,000 jobs were generated for the youth. More than 12,000 have received counseling from BYST's expert mentors. And additionally, 3,000 young women and men have benefited from training programs, business support, and mentorship from local professionals. Building upon the success of JK Paper Mills in Raigara, today, I am pleased that an exciting new chapter will be added to this partnership, nurturing social and green entrepreneurs in Kagasnagar, where JK Paper successfully turned around the operations of Sirpur Paper Mills, which was lying closed and was taken over by us under the IBC process. The achievement and impacts of BYST, as has been highlighted by Lakshmi and several others, testify to the power of such support, particularly for rural youth, in reducing joblessness and promoting self-employment. This gathering, therefore, of international partners emphasizes the importance of cross-border collaboration in driving inclusive growth. As we recognize the diverse challenges faced by young entrepreneurs, many of whom spoke before us right here, in different parts of the world, we also acknowledge the common threads that unite us: the entrepreneurial spirit, the desire to create positive change. By forging partnerships, sharing best practices, and leveraging our collective strengths, we can build a global ecosystem that nurtures and supports the aspirations of young entrepreneurs, irrespective of the geographic location or ethnicity. In today's fast-pacing world of business and industry, it is essential to embrace sustainability, ESG principles, and digitalization to drive sustainable economic growth. We remain dedicated to continue this collaboration and create a brighter future, not only for our nations, but for the global community as a whole. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great share, Mr. Singhania. Now let's all get ready for the special address by none other than Dr. Anant Nageshwaran, the esteemed guest of honor, the Chief Economic Advisor for the Government of India. Dr. Anant Nageshwaran is a prominent economist and the current economic advisor to the Government of India. Ms. Nageshwaran is widely recognized for his expertise in exchange rate behavior and his contribution in the field of finance and economics. His expertise and perspective on the subject are sure to be enlightening. So let's welcome Mr. Anant Nageshwaran with a round of applause. And over to you, sir.
Honorable Minister Shri Bhagavad Karaji, Mr. Harsh Singhania, Ms. Lakshmi Venkateshan, Ms. Annabelle Laroche, distinguished panelists, guests. I'm aware that I'm standing between you and the special and the keynote speech by the chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Bhagavad Karaji. And since we're also running behind schedule, I'll keep my remarks brief. It's always a pleasure to be in the midst of entrepreneurs because there is an energy to them. And while we know that the success rate for entrepreneurship is probably between 10 to 20%, those who strive deserve as much recognition and applause as those who strive and succeed. And of course, we showcase successes, but we obviously do not have the time and space to showcase those who strove to become one, because ultimately their efforts also matter to creating the ecosystem. The Bharat Yuva Shakti Trust, started by Ms. Lakshmi Venkatesan, who wears many hats and also tirelessly thinks about what she could do to make this country a better place, is a wonderful initiative in the sense that it connects entrepreneurs not only to the sources of finance, the banks, but also to mentors, because we all know about the importance of access to finance being an impediment for growth of industries, especially entrepreneurs. But more than that, research has shown that many entrepreneurs who take it up, even if it is a business that they have inherited from their previous generations, today's integrated, interconnected world requires many different skills on their part to succeed. They may be excelling in one particular area, whether it is marketing, and most entrepreneurs do very well in understanding their customers, their market. But to succeed in a business, you need to have skills such as human resource management, financial management, understand what working capital means and what it takes to see your working capital come down by a day, could release few thousands and few lakhs of rupees as funding for yourself. And then how to mentor your own employees, how to groom your own successors, etc., etc. So all these things require training, but training given by academicians is not going to inspire entrepreneurs, because they know that these people haven't been there and done that. They would rather hear from those who have done and succeeded, or even done and even failed, but at least they will have practical lessons to impart. So in that sense, what BYST does in terms of connecting entrepreneurs to mentors is a very, very laudable initiative. And in fact, the vision that BYST has to create 1 million sustainable entrepreneurs supported by 2 lakh mentors rather, I think I like the ratio of 1:2 rather than other way around. Because I think entrepreneurs require multiple skills, as I mentioned. Therefore, to have this kind of course, I know that it is a ratio of 1 million to 2 lakhs, my apologies. So it's a ratio of 5:1, but still, I think we can probably look in terms of 1 million to 3 or 4, because entrepreneurs do need, and also people like us who have sort of acquired multiple experiences in our banking careers or in our own corporate careers will have lots to offer. And given the increasing life expectancy these days, people expect to be productive for a longer period than before. And these kinds of opportunities give you the sense of meaning and purpose. So in fact, more than helping entrepreneurs, this program will be helping mentors not to mentally atrophy in their later years. Okay? And that's important. And that's a very important thing to do. So I must therefore commend the imaginative thinking behind this initiative. I would like to end my remarks without necessarily walking you through the various initiatives that the government of India has taken in recent years. I would like to leave that to Honorable Minister Shri Bhagwat Karaji to talk about them. But one thing I can assure you is that we completely understand that for a country to continue to progress and achieve both economic and social well-being, it is not enough to create jobs, but it's also important to create job givers. When job seekers become job givers, there's actually a multiple benefit. That relieves the pressure on the job market, and in turn, it actually facilitates job creation. So to turn many of job seekers into job givers is an important goal of the government. And one of the most, and in terms of financing, while we all know about during the COVID time, the credit guarantee scheme that the government launched, which continued until this year. And I think it has done wonderful job in making sure that the MSME, micro, small and medium enterprise space remains healthy and vibrant, because the counterfactual is not that difficult to imagine had that scheme not been launched. But apart from that emergency initiative, and just now, in fact, there are some studies that are currently ongoing by the Indian School of Business, which talks about how the unified payment interface system is helping actually create a credit ecosystem, because it provides information to banks that they were not able to access before about the granular behavior of even small entrepreneurs, nano entrepreneurs. So I think Ms. Lakshmi Venkatesan in her initial remarks spoke about the size of the banking loan, etc. And it is this information flow that is going to also both embolden, empower, and encourage bankers to increase their size of lending. Because the credit footprint, the digital footprints that individuals and entrepreneurs create will make banks feel better about the information at their disposal and to be able to take better informed credit decisions, even when they are not backed by collateral. Because collateralized lending alone is, of course, we know is easier, safer, but also lazy banking, right? So I know that the digital revolution that the government of India has initiated will go a long way in fulfilling the wish or the aspiration that Ms. Lakshmi Venkatesan has. And lastly, I would conclude my remark by saying in this budget of 23-24, the government made a very important announcement that those who want to claim deductible business expenditure for payment to small entrepreneurs can do so only if they have actually made the payment rather than on accrual basis. So therefore, tax deductibility of payments made for supplies procured, goods and services from small entrepreneurs becomes an eligible expenditure only if the payment has actually been made. This is a behavioral nudge which the government is created for payments to entrepreneurs. And therefore, we can assure you that the government will remain committed to ensuring that there is a thriving and vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem. And some of the issues that have been highlighted here today have been taken note of. As I said, seeing the stalls put up outside and listening to the stories of entrepreneurs is always inspirational, is energetic, and also motivates us. Therefore, far from being a guest and far from you people thanking me, I should be the one thanking you for giving me this opportunity to stand in front of you and share my remarks. Now we all look forward to the Honorable Minister's speech. Thank you very much.
That was wonderful sharing by Dr. Anand Nageshwaran. Now it's time to launch our Green Business Idea Contest, which is going to be virtual. This Business Idea Contest is a unique concept that encourages youth from the grassroots to come up with a creative and viable green business idea that could be converted into successful dynamic micro enterprises. We will be launching the Business Idea Contest in Kagas Nagar, and Kagas in Hindi translates to paper. The program at Kagas Nagar is virtually linked to this main event, and I request the chief guests, Honorable Minister, and the guest of honor, and the rest of the dignitaries to join. And with the click of a button, it could be done. Already done. Thank you so much.
Green Business Idea Contest, an initiative of Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust for enabling grassroots entrepreneurs. The objective of BYST is to turn job seekers into job creators. Keeping this goal in mind, to raise awareness of entrepreneurship amongst young people on a large scale, BYST has introduced a unique concept, Green Business Idea Contest, BYST. Colleges, institutions, organizations, that it's time to give this to your business idea and fulfill your dreams of becoming a successful entrepreneur. Please launch your business idea in BYST centers or simply scan the QR code to sign up online. An initiative by Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust, BYST,
Thank you and best of luck.
And now at Nagar, I request Mr. Amrendra Kumar Mishra, the unit head, the Sirpur Paper Mills Limited at Nagar, to hand over the contest box to the representative from BYST partners, Mr. M. Muktishwar, Project Manager, Telangana Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty, Government of Telangana, and Mrs. Lakshmi Narsimha, Principal of Government Degree College, Nagar, in the presence of all the guests. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And now we move on to the exchange of MOU in the presence of all of you. We will be exchanging the MOU with Sirpur Paper Mills, making the partnership between BYST and SPML in Nagar to nurture the entrepreneurial ecosystem of the locality. The program is the first green initiative in this locality. And to exchange the MOU, I call upon from BYST Mrs. Lakshmi Venkateshan and Mr. H.P. Singhania. And I request all the dignitaries on the dais to be. Thank you so much, sir. Now we have the privilege of listening to our Honorable Minister, Dr. Bhagavat Krishna Rao Karat, the Minister of State of Finance, Government of India, for a special address on the importance of inclusive entrepreneurship in deriving economic growth. Dr. Karat is an Indian politician and former pediatric surgeon who has had a successful political career and is now serving as the Minister of State for Finance. And over to you, sir.
On occasion of Global Plenary on Inclusive Entrepreneurship, in conversation with young entrepreneurs organized by BYST and Futurpreneur, G20 Canada, the President of BYST, Mr. Subodh Bhargava, and guest of honor for today's function, Dr. V. Ananta Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor for Government of India, Lakshmi V. Venkateshan, Managing Trustee for BYST, Niranjan Oshel, Entrepreneur for BYST, Banabhai Panda, General Manager, ex-General Manager of Indian Bank, Annabelle Larochi, Consular and Senior Trade Commissioner at Global Affairs Canada, James, Vice President, Program and Partnership, Futurpreneur and G20 Canada President, Kathy Pellerin, Entrepreneur, Futurpreneur, H.P. Singhania, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of JK Paper Mills, Mr. Makarand Kulkarni, who is from my town. He has come here. He's a successful entrepreneur from my town. And all delegates from India and all different countries. Today, it is my privilege to attend such a nice function. And here the different entrepreneurs who are successfully doing their entrepreneurship in all our country, they have gathered here and they are exchanging the whole thoughts throughout the day. They are also having guidance from different specialty and different speakers from the country, and some entrepreneurs have also come from the different parts like UK, France, Canada, China, and Germany. Today's conference is a remarkable platform where young individuals from all communities have engaged in fruitful discussions with experienced business experts. This is line with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister that Indian youth will now become job creator and not job seeker. Witnessing this meeting of the minds is a truly inspiring in today's global economic landscape. Working is no more about earning. Our global society needs a mixture of social service and gainful employment. Entrepreneurship is the perfect solution for this. This is particularly the case after COVID-19. One example is the need to develop better supply chains across the globe. And in this, the government of India is with you. Over the years, multiple steps have been taken to reduce credit constraint, gender barriers, reduce trade costs, and increase connects with more and more markets. Various schemes, right from Prime Minister Swanidhi Yojana for the street vendors, Prime Minister Mudra Yojana for the startup businessmen, new businessmen, Stand Up and Startup India have been introduced. These initiatives are designed to provide comprehensive support to the startup ecosystem for the helping scheduled caste and scheduled tribe youth join the economic mainstream. Our government launched the Stand Up India scheme and the National SC/ST Hub. Looking ahead, the government is committed to strengthening and expanding youth-centric initiatives. For the government, entrepreneurs is not only those who have been masters in business administrations. Of course, the education is important, but also the important is motivation, business ideas, and ability. At the same time, the environment and finance is also important to have a successful business. India's G20 presidency is also a great opportunity to promote entrepreneurship by networking with youth of all member nations is one of the largest consumer market of the world. It is important to know that for over 3 decades, BYST has actively promoting entrepreneurship and supported grassroots entrepreneurs in establishing thriving micro and small entrepreneurs across the India. Since 1992, BYST has empowered and mentored over 35,000 youth, fostering their self-reliance and allying with a vision of self-reliant India and the Make in India movement. BYST's remarkable efforts showcase the significance of empowering disadvantaged youth, enabling their business success, and driving employment generation and wealth creation at the grassroots level. The government of India has implemented several policies and initiatives to foster the supportive environment for the startups and small businesses. 2 notable programs are Startup India and Atal Innovation Mission. Accordingly, this year, national budget saw a 42% increment in the budget for the MSME sector. I am aware that the G20 national governments have implemented various programs to assist youth from marginalized and underprivileged communities in the establishing small business entrepreneurship. This demonstrates a shared commitment to promote inclusive entrepreneurship and economic growth. By coming together and sharing successful policies and progress, we can learn from each other experiences and develop effective strategies to create new grassroots entrepreneurship and generation of the jobs and foster local community development. As a Minister of State of Finance, financial inclusion for small entrepreneurship and businessmen is my area of passion. It is important for India to ensure ease of financial operations for small entrepreneurs and youth. For this, we have applications such as UPI, ease of tax filing, and faster methods of financial transactions. BYST has facilitated over rupees 5 billion of loans for underprivileged entrepreneurship through Partners Bank with a 98% repayment. The NPA is less than 2%. This case study demonstrates how public-private partnership can promote economic growth and support disadvantaged youth. Young entrepreneurs must also consider social and environmental responsibilities to create a lasting positive impact. Initiatives like the BYST's Green Business Idea Contest have played a significant role in inspiring and promoting sustainable business in India. These contests have provided a platform for entrepreneurs to showcase their innovative ideas that prioritize sustainability and contribute to environmental conservation. Environment-friendly innovations are vital for ESG practices, benefiting the business supply chains and society. The journeys of women entrepreneurs from minority communities in India and other G20 nations highlights the transformative power of entrepreneurship from inclusive growth and prosperity. India is committed to collaborate with G20 nations, offering expertise in national digital identity and digital payments, infrastructure for sustainable and inclusive development. Under the guiding principles of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which translates the word is one family, India is dedicated to fostering a robust youth entrepreneurship ecosystem worldwide. Our commitment extends to the welfare and advancement of young people, and only in India, but also in all friendly countries across the globe. Now is the time to seize the momentum and strengthen collaborations among all stakeholders in the entrepreneurship development ecosystem. Our collective mantra should be to leave no entrepreneurship behind. I earnestly appeal to the international business community, government, startups, youth, and mentors to actively invest their time and resource in the empowering the mass entrepreneurship movement globally. Together, we can shape a world where every aspiring entrepreneurs dreams and find support and realization. Government of India, under the able guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, supporting all sectors of the society, as we are discussing in the entrepreneurs, but the government is supporting to all sectors, particularly young and new entrepreneurs, even the street vendors, self-help groups, and farmers, and low socioeconomic. Because of this, our economy is expanding, and now the India is the fifth largest, having the largest economy in the world. With this, as it was discussed, the NPA of overall, I'm saying NPA of the banks is also decreasing. It was 11.2%. Now it has come down up to 5.2% only. And if you see the overall turnover of the banks, profit of the banks, and NPA, it shows that the business in the India is increasing, and it has created a good ecosystem all over the India to develop our economy. And to develop more, such discussions, such panelists, and such experts' opinion will help us. Lastly, I congratulate all the participants who are going to participate today in this business conclave, and they are sharing their ideas to each other. And actually, this will help to develop entrepreneurship not only in India, but along across the globe. I congratulate Mr. Subodh Bhargava and Srimati Lakshmi for organizing such a nice program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I call upon Lakshmi to give her concluding remarks and conclude the section.
First and foremost, this is not a formal thank you, sir. Shri Karaji, thank you so much for your amazing address. And more than anything else, you are a person who keeps your word. You keep your promise. Because when we came to you in January and invited you for one of our programs, you said, I would love to come, but there was a problem then. And you said, next time you call me, I will definitely be there. So we called you and you're here. Thank you so much. I do not want to repeat. You gave us some very good ideas about what we need to do to collaborate. You also told us that the government of India and you are behind us, not only in India, but perhaps we can all work together collectively to make this happen. So we are going to be coming and visiting you, sir. Dr. Nageshwaran, I don't think I need to elaborate on how much I learned from you every time you speak. I've heard you speak more than once now. Thank you so much. You gave food for thought, but I love the fact that you said that mentors are also gaining a lot because they keep them active mentally. So I think that is something we will include in our mentor training program now as a part of what we say. I would definitely love to thank Ms. LaRouge and Janice. I must confess that Janice and I are co-conspirators and comrade in arms. This program would not have been possible without her support and without her ability to bring the international delegates. So thank you. And of course, a very, very warm welcome and thank you, and hope you enjoy the rest of the program. Believe me, you are the voices that is going to be heard in the G20 YEA, rest of it, about what inclusivity is all about. We have a survey. We want to hear from you, not only individually in that survey, but also collectively in terms of what we should be doing next. So we are going to be learning from you for the rest of the session. Thank you all so much. And thank you, Subodh and Harsh, for all the support. Thank you.
It's time for a, thank you, Lakshmi. It's time for a short break. We will probably take a 10 minutes break. There are little items which are waiting for you. Pakora is very special Indian dish. So go out, meet, greet, and get back in 10-15 minutes. Thank you very much.
All their energy.
काम करो सुनो मैडम Saroj
Hello. Hello. Hello.
May I request the people in the corridors to take their seats? We are ready to start our next session. Just call the people. A humble request to people in the corridors to please join in if they finish their tea. नहीं पिया नहीं पिया May I request our friends who are waiting in the corridor to have their tea? If you're finished, please take your seats. Aruna? We're getting ready to engage ourselves in a panel discussion on promoting sustainability, strategy for driving economic social governance initiatives and fostering inclusive entrepreneurship. Our panel discussion promises to be both informative and engaging. We have assembled a group of distinguished experts representing various sectors. Please join me in welcoming the representatives from the banking sector, the UN, the multilateral agencies, government, and corporate entities. I now request the session chair, Mr. R. Mukundan, BYST board member and MD and CEO of Tata Chemicals, to take it forward. Over to Mr. Mukundan.
No problem. So I'm going to ask permission of the moderate for the session. Pankaj, we will start even as people are coming in, or you want to wait? It's up to you. We should start, okay. So with that permission, I just want to sort of first thank all of you who come in here, especially our chairman, Mr. Subodh Bhargav, and Lakshmi for the founding managing trustee for BYST, and also my fellow panelists, Mr. Pankaj Pachauri, Ajitab Sharma, Arpit Sharma, and Himanshu Giuliani, and Alex Gill for being part of this wonderful session. Just as a, my God, they're ringing the bell. Okay, so just to sort of broadly set the context, of course, Pankaj is going to take us through the whole range of issues connected with this session, which is on strategies for driving ESG initiatives and fostering inclusive entrepreneurship. I just want to make two opening remarks, nothing more. Firstly, I think if you look at the broad trends in the world, there are three trends which are undeniable. I think if, especially from the perspective of corporates like us, and also for various organizations, governmental and non-governmental organizations, these three trends will define the way we sort of work forward. Firstly, on the people front, I think this whole force of inclusivity, whether you want to call it more diverse organization, more inclusive organization, more accepting, I think all of us have to embrace this word inclusivity. The second force, which is cutting across and is going to remain a trend for a long time, is sustainability. I think large part of it, we are seeing the impact what happened in Delhi 2 days ago, and we continue to see the disruptions of what we have been doing to the environment. But this is a broader issue of sustainability, including things which we are not even scratching the surface in terms of biodiversity and stuff like that, which we will not get into today, but certainly a big issue. And lastly, of course, the force of digital and AI, and all of them are going to have impact on both entrepreneurship, employment, on people whom they come connected with. The second piece I want to say is that we as a corporate, we focus on, I'm going to come from my experience of what we've done, and we focus on 5 E's. And these are very essential E's, which we sort of say is the way we want to move forward in engaging to build a more sustainable, inclusive, and more digitized world. The first E is what we call as essential services. Initially, when we started essential services, this is, drinking water, sanitation, and stuff like that. But now we also include digital access as part of the essential service. It's increasingly becoming a common good, and we need to include that. The second piece of that, of course, is what I think countries which have made a lot of progress, India certainly, and several countries have focused a lot on, is education. I think education is a foundation stone of how a society does progress. And one layer on education is the third E, which I call as employability. Education does not equal to employability, and building those employability skills is very, very critical, which is where I think some of the stuff which BYST does comes into its own force. And the fourth one, which I think is going to be under increasing pressure, because this is all the forces when they come together, it's going to be under increasing pressure, is what I call employment. I think the definition of employment, the definition of what we call as who is employed, who is partially employed, I think those things are going to change. I think that's again what we need to grapple with. And last one, which is the most important in my view, is what the BYST does, has been doing for many years, and which is one of the reasons why we are here, is entrepreneurship. So these 5 broad issues are what I think drive us when we sort of engage on this element, which we call as how do you build a sustainable, inclusive framework for progress. Really, we've had an exciting session before this with the inputs from both Mr. Karad as well as Chief Economic Advisor. It was also great to hear such different perspectives from Trade Commission of Canada, our own BYST board members, and also grantpreneurs, which we went through in the first session. This panel discussion we're going to have is about how do we encourage and empower small and micro entrepreneurs to embrace ESG principles and inclusive practices in not just the North, where these principles are well understood, but also in Global South. While it is for G20, I think it is more relevant also for every country in the world. And the key reason is very clear, that the small enterprises and MSMEs are going to become the cornerstone of the employment, 50% worldwide, and this number is going to increase. And we in G20 must come forward and support this adoption of ESG practices. I really think something which we can hear is about the Skill Council for Green Jobs, which is going to be very relevant. And as we move forward, I think this whole element of how do we collectively reduce the value chain, the supply chain carbon footprint, this whole element of MSME and adoption by small and micro enterprises is going to be very critical. In added to that, I think some of these micro enterprises need what I call as mentoring and hand-holding support. The model which BYST has built over the years in terms of mentoring would be a key element of what we should be discussing as we go forward. So through this discussion today, I hope we can come up with some suggestions on how governments, banks, corporates, and non-governmental organizations like BYST can tackle the hurdles in creating effective policies, greater funding streams, and a large pool of mentors to sort of handhold the micro enterprises to move forward on this agenda. So again, I want to extend my sincere thanks to all the panelists and our moderator, Mr. Pankaj Pachauri, for their presence today. And I'm sure this discussion, which we're going to have now, is going to enable us to engage with this matter and come up with new insights. Over to you, Pankaj.
Thank you, Mukundan. Thank you very much. You made my job very easy, because what my introductory remarks were, you have reflected them better than I would have. So thank you very much. Thank you, BYST, and thanks to Subodhji, Lakshmiji. As always, it's a delight to be here in one of your programs. It's delightful to be in your programs, because there are two components to, as we call, entrepreneurship, and how we can align it with ESG goals. And those two are basically knowledge, which is mentorship, 200,000 mentors to mentor 1 million entrepreneurs. It's a very good, great, and achievable goal. So I congratulate you for that. And the second is finances, on which my fellow panelists are going to talk about. I'll just give a brief introduction to all of them. Ajtab Sharma is an IS officer, chairman and managing director of the board, Jaipur City Transport Services Limited. And Arpit Sharma is the CEO for Skill Council for Green Jobs, SCJC. He'll be talking about how to skill people and his mission. Himanshu Guliani is Senior Vice President ESG of IndusInd Bank. So he's the guy with the money. Catch him after the session. And Alex Gill, who's just reached India last week and has seen the impact of climate change. I think so. So welcome all. In 2012, when I joined the government very briefly, India had 65% of Indian enterprise were in the private sector, and about 35% were in the government sector. And now that 35% is now reduced to about 30%. So we can see that how private capital and participation of corporates, of NGOs is very important going forward. Because our, if you look at the pyramid, what we call India is, the bottom of the pyramid is very wide. And that's where the challenge is. And in terms of ESG, the challenge becomes even much worse. So we need now, from all of you who are visiting here, welcome to Delhi, to get the best of the practices which have made, say, Korea, where the contribution to the economy and GDP is almost 80% by SMEs. We haven't reached that level yet. Global is about 50%. And small countries, which are like, if you look at Netherlands and Norway, they are the size of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And Norway is the second largest agriculture product exporter in the world. Sorry, fishing, seafood exporter in the world. And Netherlands is the second largest exporter to the world in terms of agricultural product. I was just watching something on TV the other day, and I found that Morocco has the largest facility for solar plants. And now they are going to export that electricity to Europe. And these are the things which we need to look around, research, and give it to our mentors and all the people who are going to participate in your ideas. I'll throw my hat in that. I've got a very good idea. And so that's how we need to put together for the future, where our employment, productive employment. Mukundan talked about the employment and how the definition is going to change very soon. And it's changing very rapidly, where young people don't want to be in 9-to-5 jobs, and they don't want to go to offices. All that is changing very fast. But the kind of people that we are talking about today, which are in the ambit of BYST, who live in villages, and thousands of them are actually participating in this program, how to engage them, how to mentor them, and how to make them, how to enable them so they can become part of that pyramid, and in the pyramid they can move up. So I'm going to start with Ajitab, who's come from Jaipur City Transport Services. Now, if we look at the SDG goals point we are today, United Nations studies tell us that only 15% goals in 50% of time have been achieved. 48% SDG goals are moderately or severely off track. And the most startling, if I were in active journalism, this would have been my headline, that 37% of SDG goals at the midpoint are stagnating or regressing. So, and we are at midpoint to 2030. So how can an organization like Transport Corporation help in that, and is helping that?
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot to BYST, and thanks a lot to Pankaj and other ST members who are present here. So in the morning session also, I talking about. Have they really become a cheap talk? So we keep on talking, we keep on talking. A lot of conferences are happening, a lot of reports are being divulged by national or international agencies and a lot of global think tanks. But when you actually sit, when it comes to implementation, things are very difficult. Things are very difficult. Now, getting specifically to the point which you, Pankaj, mentioned about, I am the chairman and managing director of City Transport Authority. Like you have DTC here or BEST in Mumbai, I am CMD of Jaipur City Transport Services Limited. So there is a mandate from Government of India also. We have our international commitments also, and we have NDCs also of reduction in emission levels. So the first thing which comes to mind is electric buses. And I think Delhi is doing a lot of good work. But when I joined around like about a year ago as CMD, so when I sat with my team and I said that let us start thinking about like green transportation or sustainable transport. So it is the point which I want to highlight is it is not always about technology. It is not always only about like having your fleet technology changed or having your bus design changed. So what we started, the intervention which we took is, and now I think very many of the major cities in the country are taking, and we address this also to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, is that we prepared a comprehensive mobility plan for whole of the Jaipur city. We assigned this work to L&T, and L&T did a marvelous job. We got whole Jaipur outskirts, the old part of the Jaipur city, and the future growth and projections 2030 and 2050. We got everything mapped. Everything mapped in terms of there were like 7 to 8 different types of surveys which had to be conducted. The trip generation which was to be analyzed, like two-wheelers, three-wheelers, the walkability potential of the city. So when you talk about urban transport, it is more about mobility and less about transport. It has to be like walkable, cyclable, reliable, responsive, sustainable, and at the same time affordable also. And it should be more inclusive. So that comprehensive mobility plan, CMP, has given us a very broad idea that there are a number of measures and steps which an organization like mine can take rather than simply inducting the electric buses into it. So that is also our roadmap. So we are going to induct around 1,000 electric buses in Jaipur city, but you can reduce your emissions by, creating more efficiency in your operations, both in financial and operational. If you properly rationalize your road network, if there are 50% of the buses which are running at a load factor of 30%, if I am able to rationalize, so if I am able to rationalize my operations by using digital methods or by like using AI, which we did also. So if I increase that load factor, say from 30 to 70%, in a way I have reduced the emissions, because now I am able to shift people from the personal transport to public transport. That is one way. And we have a whole set of plan of engineering design we are to re-engineer that, and how the local municipal corporation has to be involved in the overall planning, where the bus queue shelters have to be located. And we have improved on number of performance parameters, which if we analyze in some form, though we have yet to quantify it, but it has certainly reduced the emissions. Because more people have shifted towards the public transport. They are using my fleet. Things as simple as that, like I have two different sizes of buses, 12 meter and 9 meter, which we call midi bus and standard bus. So at what peak time in which area of the city, which bus has to go? So if you are able to manipulate your fleet also using digital technology, so like these buses have to go there and they have to come back. So by that also you will improve your earning per kilometer, your load factor and everything. So that is one way of saying. And
Thank
yeah,
you,
okay.
Ajitab.
Thank you.
We will continue this thing, because Jaipur is a very important city, because the tourist footfalls are very high in Jaipur. But there's one thing, and I'll give you that question for later. First have opening statements from everyone. That is about how does an organization like BYST, which all its expertise gets involved in this. In Guatemala, recently, in last 1 month, they've been able to collect 1,000 trucks of waste from beaches. This is plastic waste, which was in the sea. They collected that, and that is being recycled by organizations like BYST. So that's one more thing for you to think about. And you articulated the thing about that we keep talking about these things and we keep throwing big words, green jobs. And that goes to your Kitty now. We know the employment situation in India. We know that there's a huge challenge. And the government can't, now government actually giving less and less employment. So what we are talking about is gainful employment, productive employment, and how the Skills Commission sees that and how you are aligning it with what we call green jobs.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank BYST for inviting me here. I'm Arpit Sharma. I'm Chief Operating Officer, Skill Council for Green Jobs, Skill India Mission. We were created in 2015 as a result of COP21, which is Conference of Parties. It is the biggest climate change committee in the world. And the entire world gathered together in that conference and pledged that the global temperatures, the average global temperature should be below 2 degrees centigrade. So that's a huge commitment. That's how we were created, in order to create skilled manpower in the areas of renewable energy, waste management, sustainable development, green hydrogen, green transportation. So as you rightly mentioned, sir, we have done a skill gap study and identified around 53 job roles which are relevant to the industry standards. So these job roles, out of which around 22 are in the solar PV domain, and the rest are in the waste management and the green hydrogen sector. So these job roles, after the candidate or an entrepreneur does the training, they would enable him to be absorbed either in the industry or become self-sustainable and become an entrepreneur. So I would be very happy I'll be very happy in telling about these job roles in these areas, maybe later stage during this conversation. But
you can discuss that with the
absolutely. And I would be very happy to tell everyone that in the last financial year, we have been able to create around 500 entrepreneurs. And we have skilled and certified more than 1 million candidates in solar PV and the waste management domain. So a lot of work, and we'll be subsequently discussing that in the discussion. Thank you.
As we used to write, much has been achieved, but much more needs to be done. I mean, whenever you are writing a speech in India, you can add that towards the end, and that ends up. This is a personal tip I can give you. I was talking to Alex Gill just as we were waiting for our coffee and tea, and we discussed the pyramid in India and how the pyramid in India And we have to get data on that. The pyramid in India looks like more like a plateau with a tower. The number of expensive cars being sold in India is as good as in any developed country. And the Mercedes just reported that the cars which were more than a crore price tag sold more than the cars which were cheaper. So that's where the tower comes in. And then you have this whole plateau, because there's on social media, there's a fight going on between the government and their opposition about the poverty numbers in India. And we know all about it. How do you see? I'm not talking about the pyramid and the plateau, but how do you see that the best practices outside? We talked about Norway, we talked about Netherlands, Canada. You have your own best practices there. How can we import that? I think that's going to be the most important import, the knowledge for employment, which is connected to ESG.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to talk today. When we were talking before, I said, India is undergoing a tremendous period of growth. So if you can avoid the mistakes we've all made with ESG in places like Canada, great. If we can help share that knowledge and talk frankly about the mistakes we've made, happy to do that. And our moderator said, feel free to be a little controversial, because often on panels like this, we say—
That's not supposed to be for public domain.
Hey, he actually said, stir it up a little if you can. Okay, so I'm happy to share some of the challenges we've had just in light of avoid these if you can. In addition to running Canada's leading social business incubator, which I started in 2014, I helped back in the day set up an organization called Imagine Canada, which is a combined corporate responsibility and charitable membership piece. So it tries to bring civil society and business together in the same place, which is kind of what we're trying to do today. And this was back in 2003. So we were making all kinds of mistakes then in building the interface that you're hoping to build now. And I'll just highlight three of them very quickly. The terminology will change, but the intent will remain the same. I've been in this field enough to see how we refer to this kind of partnership, inclusion, partnered growth. The language has changed a lot. We started with corporate citizenship and social responsibility, and we've gone to ESG. We talked about conscious corporations. It's all kind of in the same period, all in the same kind of bucket, but how we refer to it doesn't deliver the results that we need. So I wanted to pick up on our colleague from Jaipur, who was saying, are we just talking about empty words? The controversial thing I will say is largely, unfortunately, yes. There's a big drive when corporations want to put forward inclusivity, and they want to talk about ESG goals in managing it as a risk, not as a moral duty to share growth. When you get inside corporate boardrooms, often it is a frame of, oh, if we don't do this, we'll look bad. Now that's okay, but what they should be saying is, we had a profit of $100 million last year. How do we share this beyond our shareholders to the stakeholders, right? And Roger Martin at Rotman in Toronto and Harvard has written a whole piece about that, about stakeholder capitalism, that corporations are responsible to more than the people who own the stock. And the element that I'll stress in there is the role of NGOs like BYST and Futurpreneur and civil society is important, because corporations will express a desire, but they need to be kept honest. They need to be engaged in a discussion where they say, we're thinking of inclusivity and looking this way, but often it's not the people, that they're not being informed by the people closest to the exclusion. We're talking about positivity, which is inclusion. What we're really talking about is a positive side of a very negative thing, which is exclusion. So we need to look at the exclusion in discussion with corporations and say, how do we get more people in? Because you're in a tremendous period of growth. And I was going back and forth with my colleague Sahil Bloom on Twitter. The stats that I've seen from him, and I haven't verified these, and you may have better stats, but he was telling me that in India, there are 30 to 40 million people who are doing very, very well, But if you take those people out of the equation, the per capita income in India drops to $700 per person. So you have two, that you want to talk about your pyramid, you have a very tall tower in the midst of a base. And the last thing I'll say is, as you go forward with growth, the job is corporations in partnership with civil society have to find a way to open doors for inclusion. And I think entrepreneurship is part of that. So those are the thoughts I'll leave you with.
Thank you. So that's my cue to talk to the panelist who is from the corporate side. And I've not asked any question, he's asking all the questions. So how do we turn? The minister talked about the NPAs and how they've gone down and the profitability of the banks has become much better. And so how do we use that, not just among the people who have demat accounts and they are your shareholders? How do we find people who are excluded in entrepreneurship and share it with them? And also at the same time, create employability. And so it becomes a sustainable model. How do you do it in IndusInd Bank? And what are the big thoughts here about Indian corporates contributing to national growth like that?
First of all, I would like to thank the BYST to invite the IndusInd Bank for the panel, and to all of you for being present in such large numbers and listening so intently. And if I exceed the time, then you have to stop me. So how do we bring in more people in, and how do we, so this question is multiple questions in one question. So how do we involve internal and external stakeholders? First, increase the base of stakeholders per se, and then get in more marginalized sections of the society. So we have at the bank, I'll talk about the bank, and many of these practices can be used. So to start with, IndusInd Bank has been for 2 years in a row the best bank in India, ESG, awarded by Asia Money and Euromoney. So we must be doing few things right. So from that perspective, I'll start that we have two-pronged approach. First is an inside-out view from wherein we approach all these things from a CSR perspective. And second, we have a sustainable banking unit, which sits above all the business units and sets the targets for the entire bank in relation to ESG. So we have business targets wherein we launch products, we encourage businesses to build book. And when we are building books, when we are building asset book, liability book, and so on and so forth, we are drawing in more customers, we are drawing in more entrepreneurs. I will get down to the last mile details also. And then we have targets for our own procurement, for our own operations. So we have a responsible, sustainable procurement policy. So we are educating the entire supply chain on how to go about it. There's a questionnaire these people have to fill up. We have to educate them. For example, for child labor, we have certain declarations and certain confirmations which they have to give that we will not, they will not use child labor in any form. And similarly, they also have to adopt sustainable practice. And if they do, then we have financing programs for them. So, and then we have our own emission targets, which we are following in terms of our suppliers as well as our own emissions. And then in the end, we also, this is very important, that we are also modifying the behavior of the end customers by enforcing discipline vis-a-vis ESG risk parameters and ESG related aspects into the large corporates and the entire wholesale bank. So there is no proposal in our bank which is not first evaluated for ESG, which includes, including in the marginalized sections and the effect of businesses on the marginalized sections of the society. And then it goes for the sanction. So no proposal can get approved unless ESG parameters are, perhaps the first bank in India to do that. So three-pronged approach from a business point of view: set up targets on the business ends, operational targets, and risk-based targets. So risk, you modify the behavior of corporates; operation, you modify behavior of the suppliers and your own self. And from business, you modify the behavior of the industries as capital provider to the society. Now, to be more specific, from the CSR arm, which is much more into what BYST's agenda is, we have actually we've been actually adopted 5 districts wherein we are working very closely with these districts, and we are developing the entire ecosystem right from the bottom up to the top of the society therein at the very local level. We have promoted water related end to end, right from digging the holes to preservation of water, then poultry, livestock, agriculture, and these 5 districts, we working with Government of India and Niti Aayog for on a fully convergence based model. So if they are pitching in the money, we are providing in the capital, and we've adopted these districts, and these are reported to the board of the bank every quarter, and the entire board takes a stock.
What has been the experience of the bank in terms of capital deployment? Because globally, if you look at, say, Bangladesh, the return are much better if the amount of the loan is very low. And the big guys, the NPAs are actually come from the big corporations. So what has been your experience, and how you can sell it more to a financial service provider as a win-win situation?
So I will bifurcate the answer into 2 parts. One is the wholesale part, which is the large corporates, how they will come to modify, they will be modified in their outlook towards how the business is happening and how the industries are shaping up. And second, at the MSME and individual individual entrepreneurship level. At the corporate level, India has already set 2070 net 2070 net zero targets. So we are seeing a massive transition towards carbon neutrality or carbon positive or climate positive sectors. That in itself, the industry will move towards it, and the banking sector consequently is now developing its own set of skills to get into that and finance that. So for example, so one point I said, and I think repeat that, there is only if the sectors or a FN approach has to be successful. One is government and regulators by enforcing policies and incentivization of the businesses. Second is corporates themselves by getting into the climate positive sectors or the industries which are aligned with India's or the specific countries' things. And the third one is the capital providers, whether it's debt or equity. We enforce our discipline by financing the pertinent sectors and by enforcing the pertinent covenants and entering into new areas where we don't know, but we still enter. So these are the 3 things. And now about the experience, guilty as charged. I was financing thermal power for 5 years. Okay. And then road sports, airports as a part of ICICI Bank Infrastructure Financing Unit. And then I got into ESG. Then I realized how big is the scope. We all talk about problems, but I think India has a problem of India has a habit, and that's a positive one, of leapfrogging. From waiting for landlines for 5 years to the biggest mobile user base in the world, from the the worst systems of payments in banking payments in the world to the fastest, and now exporting its payment system to the entire world. From being a technology deficit country to the technology exporter of the world. Now the time has come for us to leapfrog vis-a-vis ESG. And if you look at the way the changes are happening in India right now, SEBI just released a few days ago that now it is going to regulate ESG providers. Mr. Sharma, he's just mentioned. So just to give you tell me when endless things to talk about.
So from this thing, one is marginalized, and the second is marginalized. Women in rural areas don't own handsets, forget about smartphones. So how do you overcome that challenge?
First of all, along with the BYST, I would like to thank the individual who switched on the air conditioning from this side. I was sweating badly. Of course, I'm not keeping well. That entrepreneurs. So last year only I would like to tell what activities we are doing, what initiatives we have taken. So we have recently signed an agreement with VPAR, World Bank, and our mandate is to create more than and we have been successful in creating around 30 of them. So when we talk about marginality, so I would take you to a little background when we talk about COP26. So as India, the first target which India gave was to reduce its 1 billion of emissions. Coming number of women entrepreneurs doing installation work out there. We saw enormous amount of industry doing installation work, building up giga size, solar PV parks and whatnot plants, and a lot of female entrepreneurs were engaged. So as Skill Council for Green Jobs, as an organization, we have taken up this responsibility of creating women entrepreneurs in the skill gap. We have to identify those sectors. We have to identify all those job roles which are suitable for the rural economy and
also give free smartphones.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So can I add to what he's saying? I have a couple of lines to say.
Yeah.
Just to add very quick.
Is this part of the government and corporate that let's get women at the same level of connectivity in the country?
Yes. So I'll just add on to this that we've just recently launched a program called Women Entrepreneurs for financing of women entrepreneurs, and we had the same notion that they're not slow, they're not fully represented, and so on and so forth. So just to suss out what is happening in the country, we held a Shark Tank like event in March in Mumbai. We invited applications from all over India from women entrepreneurs across, right from tech sectors to health techs to so on and so forth. You would be amazed that out of the 15 final shortlist, there were 10 VCs there. 12 were finalized for funding. Look at the success percentage. And there were women. There was a woman who was working in Goldman Sachs. She quit her job and she's in a rural side and running her entrepreneurial venture. And 20 minutes before our program, she got a call from Satya Nadella's office. She was selected by Microsoft to represent at the global level. So that kind of upliftment is happening and it's increasing exponentially. I'm telling you, Francine, I was not aware of all of this. The way the force of women
and unless you connect them with the rural areas, because most of our people live there, and the work, BYST work, most of the work, and
so we do a lot of work on that. We can take offline, it will take time. We have our 26% of the book is micro finance book for the bank. We do a lot of work. I can take that off and you can.
Okay. Yeah. So much at their operation.
I think what you're hitting on and our banking colleagues hitting on is the opportunity that's here for India for global leadership.
It's huge,
right? It's huge. And you now have the G20 presidency. And by the way, you have the perfect theme for where the world is right now, because the world has never been coming apart in the way that it is now. And your theme is we're bringing everything together. So there's an opportunity to leapfrog. That's right. So don't underestimate the scope of the challenge, but lead anyway. There's an approach out of Harvard called adaptive leadership, which says, be very realistic about what you're facing. Don't grab anecdotes and sunny stuff. Be very realistic. You highlight the challenge women face in India. The irony of being on an all-male panel and talking about the challenges of women is new to me, right? This is an example of what we're doing. But there's an opportunity here for India to highlight, because India is an up-and-coming, next power, next global leader. You've got soft power through Bollywood. You've got an example of harmony between a bunch of different languages and cultures that, as a Canadian, I can see, but the rest of the world, this is new to them. So you have great assets to start from. The challenge is, where do you want to build from the position you have? And that for me, that's the big challenge for the G20 leadership of India. You've got the microphone. What do you want to say that's going to bring the rest of the world with you?
That's it. What do we want to say? Much has been achieved and much more needs to be done. I think that's what we keep on it. Ajtab, we come back to you and see, in your line of work, I mean, with a huge transportation service, usually the small person, the small Indian is left out. You are going to buy 1,000 EV buses, okay? So either it will be locally, internationally, or whatever. How do we involve that small person? We are talking about the largest solar plant in Rajasthan. I talked about Morocco earlier. So how do we build a sustainable model where we can put this small but very important component of our economy and our country?
You mean like what? Small
Say,
businesses?
yeah, I mean, how do we do that in your, say, recycling of the buses?
Yeah. So thank you. First of all, thanks a lot for mentioning Bhalla. So I was chairman and managing director of Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation for 2.5 years. So we conceived this whole project, and now it is the biggest solar power park in whole of the world, rather. So, and a lot of investment is coming. So we have already seen investment of more than 1 lakh crore rupees in Rajasthan, and about women entrepreneurship and small women groups erecting the solar panels and windmills. That is another success story altogether. But coming back to this point, see now again, the knowing doing gap, idea to action and theory to practice. We should involve small businesses and inclusivity and other things. But I am already, like, I have 2 big operators. So I am into a service contract with them for a period of 10 years and 12 years. So my hands are already tied. So gone 2030, you are in 2023. So how to intervene into the organization and how to achieve all these goals? Even if I today take a call, like JCTSL, Jaipur City Transport Services Limited, is the only organization in whole country, Public Transport Authority, which has announced its ESG policy. So we adopted it in June 2023. It is the only organization in whole of the country. I went to
You are a test case to the rest of the country.
Yeah. So, and it has been quite challenging even to frame the policy and come out with the disclosure formats. But small businesses, yes, we have done 2-3 things, because I was stuck in long-term contracts with my service providers. One is that we have gone local. So in terms of hiring of the drivers and conductors, because there is high attrition rate in HR in the transportation sector, because driving bus from 6 in the morning up to 2 p.m. and then till late 10 p.m. in the night, even if there are 2 shifts. So it is an arduous task. So rate of attrition, both of the conductors and the drivers, is very high. So what we have done is that we have gone local, try to hire as far as possible people from the outskirts of Jaipur city. We requested our service providers. We have been very successful in doing that. So our attrition rate has come down. As regard the maintenance service contracts, again, we have asked. So what we have done is, the major problem with the small businesses were facing in Jaipur city, that they were not at all aware about the functioning of a transport authority, that how a big bus fleet size is handled. Like If one operator has a contract of like 10 years for 100 buses, then it becomes very difficult for them. And each bus, Leland or Tata, or they are of different make and different kind of spare parts and things are required. So we started one program of providing internships.
Yeah.
So that what we have done is that
A driving
we
college.
open out it.
Empowers other
Yeah.
people kind of
So
thing.
you,
Yeah.
if you want to come and learn, you come. Will not charge anything from you. You remain in my organization, you work in my depots, you work in my terminals and understand how the actual fleet operation takes place. What are the requirements of the service provider? Because one is from Delhi and another one is from Ahmedabad. So once you are into it, and if you learn, then I can sit and engage and get some kind of negotiation done. And if the parent service provider agrees that there is kind of a, because ultimately it has to be commercially viable for him also, it should make some kind of business sense. So one, we have gone local in hiring. And second is that we have allowed internships. So I think 2 and 3 cases, small businesses are already ready to liaison with our parent service provider and get into the business. Rest other thing, then we have started like price preference kind of thing for small and
that is on
micro
the operational
units.
side and
That
because-
also we have done.
Because what I think, and I shouldn't think as a moderator, but thinking is a involuntary thing.
Yeah.
What I think is that the crisis is already upon us, and we are still discussing how to operationalize it. Yesterday, it snowed in Johannesburg. You can imagine when I looked at the pictures of palm tree lined avenues in Johannesburg with snow, it was amazing. Second picture was from Ladakh, where not a blade of grass grows, and it's been raining for 3 days. So the change is already upon us. We are still trying to assess its impact and all that, while at this time, we should be actually in operational mode. And what all you have suggested should be rolling out right now. And so I thank you all of you for this. And Mukundan's unenviable task is to be principal. Okay, fine. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay.
That was a wonderful gripping session, panel discussion. Thank you very much all the panelists, and thank you, the moderator, for giving us an insight into this inclusive entrepreneurship. Get ready to experience the live demonstration of the Mentor Mobile Clinic, an exceptional concept introduced by Bharat Yuva Shakti Trust. This groundbreaking initiative brings mentoring services directly to the doorstep of the entrepreneurs in the remotest areas. Through Mentor Mobile Clinics, mentors from urban centers have the opportunity to provide guidance and support the undeserved entrepreneurs in their own locations. Now, let's virtually transport ourselves to the business unit of Rafia Fatima in Tamil Nadu, South India. Rafia is a remarkable first-generation entrepreneur and a startup owner specializing in the production of delectable homemade chocolates and brownies. Mouth-watering. Get ready to hear Rafia's inspiring story in her own words as she shares her entrepreneurial journey with us. On to the screen, please. Volume. Volume. Can we stop and get the volume? Yeah, please.
Hi, I'm Rafia Fatima. I run a chocolate and cake production unit called Hania Chocolates and Cake in Chennai. After finishing my postgraduate in zoology, I worked as a teacher for 2 years, but I always loved this concept of I always loved this concept of entrepreneurship. So my mother is also a home baker. I learned brownie recipes from my mother. And after attending various bean-to-bar chocolate courses, I started my own business. With the help of my family members and BYST mentors, I secured a loan and started my business. As the name signifies, Hania, it means laughter. So I aim to bring joy to my customers through my delicious treats. So I handle finances, development of recipes, and transportation of my business, while my team members handle production and packaging of our business. So we have customers from 12 restaurants. We supply brownies to 12 restaurants in Chennai. Our chocolates are present in various gourmet shops. We customize chocolates for events, supermarkets, and many other places. We have a small kiosk in cafe in Pondicherry. So I aim to create trustworthy products with natural ingredients at affordable prices for my customers. So the daily challenges that we face every day is packaging of our products and maintaining the right temperature, visibility of our products, branding it, and expanding our business. So I'd like to know the feedbacks from our mentors here. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Parameshwar Babu, BYST mentor, specializing in digital transformation and artificial intelligence. Congratulations, Rafia Fatima, for starting your venture. And good to know that you have already set up social media accounts. Now, it's important that you go ahead and register your own domain and website. Make sure that you display your products in a way that customers can easily purchase. Customers can easily understand your products and make a purchase decision. That is very important so that you have a minimum time for conversion. On top of that, you need to follow what we call as influencer marketing. That means you need to catch hold of people who have high visibility, high number of followers related to your industry. For example, nutritionists, dietitians, and make sure that they endorse your product by publishing stories, create quality content, and so that they are able to share in their social media accounts. Once that is done, your visibility will increase. More people will come to your website. On top of that, since you already have a good flow of customers, get their email address, keep them engaged through email newsletters so that you get repeat orders. On top of that, you need to build partnerships with hoteliers, nutritionists, so that they are able to, it's going to be a win-win situation for you, for your brand, Hania, and your collaborators. Finally, make use of the advanced tools like artificial intelligence for data analytics, segment your customers, monitor your marketing campaigns, and find out who are those market segments who respond faster to your campaigns and your promos. Accordingly, improve your business model. Good luck, Fatima, for your business.
Thank you so much.
Can we have a bit
I'm Victor. I'm a manufacturer of plastic items. I'm manufacturer and exporter of plastic items. And Hanifa is my mentor. And I'm very happy that, she has started this chocolate business and she has been very successful so far. and I wish her all the best. Now,
Thank you, sir.
Hanifa, is there anything you want me to guide you?
Yes, sir. Packaging and maintaining the right temperature is a really big challenge in our business. I would like to know more about it.
Yeah, packaging is a very, very important factor in the marketing of your product because, chocolate, it always attracts a very good packaging because you would have seen in all the international top brands, how attractively they design the product. So I would advise you to go to a good, designer, packaging designer, and then develop a concept, definitely develop a product which will give you more attraction, more eye catching, so that people will be able to come and buy the product very easily. And also when you are packaging, all the information should be given in the label, whatever the information you want to convey, you can convey it on the label. So once you develop it and if you have any, once the prototype comes, you show me, I'll be able to guide you and also help you out. And about the temperature, controlling the temperature of this product is also very important because it is easily meltable. So you should be able to maintain a temperature of at least 15 to 30 degrees. And then you should be able to maintain this temperature. And, packaging, when you're transporting this, insulated packaging should be there because so that this particular maintain the temperature constant.
Now and continue.
And the second thing is, you also guide the clients that what temperature they should maintain.
Yeah, disconnect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Thanks to our mentors and thanks to Afia for putting up that, grand show for us. May I, Pankaj, it's all yours for your question and answer session.
Thank you. And that kind of entrepreneur in the chocolate business and another 500,000 and Nestle and Amul will be out of business. This is like a live, I think, a business school study. And thank you for showing us this. Now there are some more questions I was told from the audience here quickly because our chairman has to go.
Hi, sir. I have a quick question. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Who do you want to ask the question?
I prefer Himansha Gilani.
Himansha.
You do one thing, you please, we'll take 3 questions in a quick go.
Yeah,
Just put the question and then we'll take all 3. One here, one there, one at the back.
Okay.
No, there was a lady at the back who put her hand up. Did you raise your hand?
She's here.
Oh, here. Okay. 3.
Give me a question.
You start with.
Yeah. How can small scale businesses access global green finance for inclusive entrepreneurship? Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get your name. Abilal, hi.
We are taking the questions together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dr. Anna Newton from the UK delegation. My question is around what continuous improvement strategies have you got in place that can support startups and other organizations that are looking to embed some of your practices in their business model?
Hi, sir. Myself, I'm Dr. Nilima from Hyderabad, representing my firm Coco Tang. So how can I scale my ready-to-drink packaged coconut water business, which are preservative-free, processing-free, and absolutely dairy-free globally, considering the limited expiry of my products?
How do you scale? Scale of business. So first thing is about financing, second one is about best practice sharing, and third is about scaling up.
Financing, I'll start with the
So especially for small entrepreneurs, one thing we've seen is that there's a basic gap of understanding of what is the availability of schemes in the country from the government institutions, per se, in terms of grants, in terms of incentives. That is something which every small entrepreneur should be aware of, or at least try to be aware of. Second, which is getting enforced from the corporate, especially groups like Tata and all. I know that they have a policy of responsible or sustainable procurement, and the modification in entire supply chain is happening. So the entrepreneurs have to be very clear of where the industries are transitioning. I can give you an example that we used to refuse funding renewable energy, thinking that this is just a fad, and look where, and so many banks have refused. And similarly, we have heard of women entrepreneurs, working at Bhadla. There was a time when everybody was saying that this renewable power is also a fad. So from entrepreneurs' point of view, You need to understand and track where the industry is transitioning. So be aware of what is on offer from governments and also from the private sector. What kind of banks are financing more entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial related schemes, and get your books in order. That's most important. If you want money, your numbers should be correct, your books should be in order, and there should be documented processes in place. Everything else bank will figure out.
Startup best practices, how are we reporting? How am I sharing? Yeah, how are I going to share?
Okay, so to answer to that question, instead of just thinking that how to become an entrepreneur, your question should be why to become an entrepreneur. That is one of the key questions that you need to ask to yourself. And then we have really some good entrepreneurship programs by Government of India, including we were talking about management in entrepreneurship sector skill council. We have ourselves, we have curated a 2-day program on entrepreneurship, that how these entrepreneurs need to be created. What should you do in order to become an entrepreneur? What are the compliances? So all these things have to be kept in mind. And just in line to we had our previous speaker saying, identification of government policies and best practices is very much important. So just like few years back, people were not aware about where these renewable energy plants are going to scale up. Today, we are aspiring to have some 450 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity, and we are already sitting at some 170 gigawatts. So, in line with what industry is doing and what policies are government supporting are the key for, scaling up this capacity building programs.
Last question was about same scalability and how to scale up business, small business, micro. Yeah.
Okay, quickly, we've advised through my incubator hundreds of different enterprises about scaling. That some of the challenges they face are understanding the market. They say, we're here, we want to be here. We're like, okay, how has that changed your competitive landscape? Who are the customers who are going to get you there? How do you ladder yourself up? How do you have the right kind of channels? How do you reach the right kind of people? For the entrepreneurs in the room, this is the very familiar stuff. Differentiation, understanding the market, trying to figure out where to go.
Thank you very much. I hope that answers all the questions. And now concluding remarks by R. Mukundan, MD, CEO of Tata Chemicals. And this is where all of us get grades.
Thank you, Pankaj. And I just want to say that we are just about 45 minutes behind schedule. So my sincere apologies to you. Anybody who's getting late, certainly I'm going to apologize to myself because I'm getting late. So if you saw me rushing, it was just because of that. So firstly, please put out a huge round of applause for the panel, which has touched upon many of the issues. And I think we did start a bit late, and I think we didn't give enough opportunity to all of you to ask Q&A. We would have wanted a greater engagement. So their email IDs and their connections are available to you, whether you want to talk about sharing best practices or whether it's about financing, scaling. Do write to them and they will certainly reach out to you. I just want to give you just 3 points to conclude and to take away what I have heard. Of course, the message is a lot has been done, a lot more to be done, but here's the thing which I tell everybody whom I come in touch with. 80% of India is yet to be built. We are just getting started. So here's a huge opportunity how we build it. And that goes back to Alex, what you were saying. And I think we should never lose sight of it. We are 3 trillion. And I'm very clear India will be 15 trillion in about, in my own lifetime of work, which I have 33 years of work, I've seen India grow 10x. When I joined workforce, it was $300 billion economy. Today, it's about 3.5, whatever. So I've seen in the last 33 years of my work, it grow 10x. And I have no sort of doubt saying that it'll be at least 5x by the time we sort of another 10, 15 years or so. So I think it's a huge opportunity how we build, and we need to sort of look at that. Second, we start from an excellent base. I really think wherever we are, whatever may be the issue, you don't have a country with the complexity of 1/6 of the humanity, almost 1/4 of the, let's say, cattle population, and yet having the 1/4, approximately 20-22% of biodiverse rich country. This is a really a blessed country, and we need to protect it. And the responsibility is on all of us to do it the right way. So really, it's a huge opportunity. And going back to, since corporates were at the center stage of what we need to do in the transition. I can only tell you, I represent one of the largest Indian corporate, the Tata Group. And our founder, when he started the company, he said initially, the community is not a mere stakeholder. The community is not a mere stakeholder, but it is the very essence of its existence. And I think if corporates sort of embrace that philosophy,
which has a QR code on either side. So please scan that QR code to participate in the survey question. So please scan that QR code to participate in the survey question. Around
Thank you very much. Can I request the international participants who are here in the hall to just go backward? The lunch is ready. We request first the international participants to go out and bring your lunch and come into the hall, please. Well, let them come. They all have to be. We request Hari Bhaskar, can I request you to get your international participants to get their lunch and then sit down? Yeah, the first international participants are going out, bringing their plates, coming in. This is over. This is over. Sham, can I request you, Sham Shekhar? Can you get your international participants to please go out and bring in their plates? Please come back with your food plates. You can eat inside. Yeah, you can sit inside and eat. Sham, thank you. Get your international participants to go, bring their food inside and eat. Mime show is getting ready to get started. Okay. Can we start? No, none of them are there. Tell them to bring it up. I'll go and tell them, right?
Hello. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we're going to have the mime show. And may I invite Mehak Group to come and give their scintillating performance. Over to you all.
Good morning to, good afternoon to everyone. So we team Mehak Delhi Theatre Group, performing street plays and mime shows for last 25 years, are here to present a mime show for the awareness based on ESG for healthy growing businesses and startups. That is environment, social and governance aspects to run the business in a sustainable and growth-oriented way. As per environmental factor, there is waste management, resource conservation, pollution reduction, sustainable supply chain, and more. As per the social aspect, there is employee welfare, diversity and inclusion, ethical practices, community management, customer satisfaction, and more. As for the governance aspect, we will be showcasing compliance and risk management, corporate governance, financial management, stakeholder engagement, and more. I hope we'll be conveying the message to each one of you present here. So let's get started with the show.
Can you come back? Can we have a group photograph? A big round of applause, a thundering applause from all of you for the wonderful show put up by Mehak Theatre Group. Thank you. Please come in, get closer. And hold your cards together. Show. We all enjoyed it and it was very, very meaningful. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're going to have the lucky dip draw. How many of you have retained the slip? So can I request Pandaji and Gandhi, please both of you come up, pick up one slip. Don't pick up your friends. Pick up. And now for the lucky draw.
The first lucky deep number, any guesses? It's less than number 050, less than number 050. Any more guesses?
49.
It's 032. Who has got that? 032. Please check the card.
The next winner is 018. 018. Yeah, welcome.
Very nice.
Welcome, ma'am. Hearty congratulations. Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this time it is more than 50. More than 50. It's 071. Wow.
Hope all of you had a wonderful time. We thank you all for having come here and having been with us throughout this day, throughout the sessions. In as much as you all enjoyed, we enjoyed your company. So thank you once again. And from BYST, goodbye. Take care. Thank you.